Oh yeah, we're being a lot more speedier. I apologize if anybody saw the original stream that was posted today. But Windows just let me know, hey, you've got updates. So yeah, had to kill the stream and had to start over. Or not start over, but had to restart, get the updates done. Otherwise, we were going to be going like a snail today. So, yep, I think that's important. Live. Oh, hey, perfect timing, Philippe. Philippe. Whoa. I'm live if you wanna join. If I can spell. Feeding off your broken mind, they won't die, they multiply. Sorry, I've got a song stuck in my head. We've all become so fucking blind. They won't stop till you're zombified. But yeah, I had to get these updates taken care of. There was a stream beforehand. I don't think anybody saw it in time, which is good. But yeah, we would have been going like a snail if that was the case. Hey, Archie, by the way. Dude, no kidding. You just messaged me right as I was just about to, I don't know, message you. Oh shit, I need coffee. But hopefully this makes things go a lot more faster, because this thing has been a bugger within the past couple of days. So I knew it was before too long that there was going to be an update. I knew it. I'm like, it's just a matter of when, you know, Windows wants to tell me, hey, you've got updates. This is one thing I liked about Linux. Linux, no updates at all. No updates whatsoever. Because it's such an outdated system that people really don't give a crap. That's the one. Hello, Slumber Turnate. Something you said 10 years ago, they're canceling you, and they won't stop till everybody's zombified. Sorry. Okay. But yeah, I just knew it was a matter of time. So today we're going to finish up Savior Part 3. I mean, this will be coming out until March, so I wasn't really in any rush, but I just like to get shit done so I don't forget. So this is going to be a very subtle chapter because of the fact it's all like in one place. It's not really wandering about like the last chapters have. So yeah, this should be interesting. Yesterday's chapter, on the other hand, oh, holy shit. Woo! 27 tracks. Still nothing compared to Day Zero. Day Zero was like a record. I'm trying to remember how many tracks there actually were. I think there was 50-something. If I'm not mistaken, there was like 50-something. It was pretty bonkers. Let's just say that. Okay, what am I looking for? I'm looking for a specific track. And guys, if I could make this a lot more entertaining, I would. But it's editing. I mean, what do you want me to do? Sing Kumbaya? What's the name of this track? Shit, what's it called? Uh-oh. Okay, I can... Visual novel, Memento, that's what it's called. So it's like right here somewhere. Or not. Oh, wait, it's under like dark music or something. Let this go. When it stops, we'll never know we're hypnotized. Okay, never mind, it's not. Okay, then I know where the... I swear to God. Scary music? Scent of night. Okay, where the fuck are you hiding, you little bastard? Is it under dark piano? No. Horror. Which honestly, this track does not sound anything close to a horror track. Oh my god, where the hell are you hiding? Really? There it is. It was ME, that was the problem. Okay, so I need to go to 2, turn it down. YRS, Kumbaya would be nice. Kumbaya, my lord. There you go. I can't sing for shit, so I'm not gonna plague everybody's eardrums. Let's see if that works. The grading between twilight and sunset. Okay, definitely too loud. Not sure if this track's gonna work all that well, but we'll just try it, see if it works a little bit. Okay, how is that pause? Truths untold and horrors unseen. Nope. Okay, way too long of a pause here, so let's just lower that a little bit. Truths untold and horrors unseen. The grading between twilight and... Nope, that can go out just a little more. Truths untold and horrors unseen. The grading between Twilight and Sunset's grandmother had gone surprisingly calm, not being intimidated or even threatened by a human's presence in their midst. It had shocked both Sunset and Twilight, expecting resilience rather than the elderly vampire greeting and welcoming Twilight into her humble abode like she would any other vampiric guest. Despite the shock, Twilight and Sunset took the greeting without question, deciding it best to just go with the flow. Sunset knew she had nothing to worry about, but she couldn't help but keep her truths untold and horrors unseen. The greeting between Twilight and Sunset's grandmother had gone surprisingly calm, not being intimidated or even threatened by a human's presence in their midst. That's fine. It had shocked both Sunset and Twilight, expecting resilience rather than the elderly vampire greeting and welcoming Twilight into her humble abode like she would any other vampiric guest. Despite the shock, Twilight and Sunset took the greeting without question, deciding it best to just go with the flow. Sunset knew she had nothing to worry about, but she couldn't help but keep her guard up as she entered and took a seat on her grandmother's couch. For all that had happened as of late, she wasn't sure who she could trust of her own kind, even if it was someone of her own blood. They were served tea, to which Sunset warned Twilight to resist drinking, up until she had tasted it herself. While her grandmother had taken leave from the living room, she had secretly swapped her cup with Twilight's to test, and luckily there was no poison or vampiric-based concoctions within the liquid's consistency. To that, Sunset could finally assure her grandmother wasn't an enemy to her or her beloved, so she calmed down and posed her body into a comforting demeanor as if she were resting at home. Twilight merely rolled her eyes with a smile, having felt there was no ill will towards her from the sweet and elderly lady. Nonetheless, she understood why Sunset had acted so paranoid, and to that, she just took a sip of her tea. It was a tea unlike anything she'd ever tasted before, having a bitter yet pungent sweetness that caused her to react in absolute surprise. Sunset snickered at the reaction. What? Can't handle vampire signature tea, mortal? She joked. Oh, shut up! Twilight retorted in annoyance. Sunset chuckled again. It's okay. I reacted the same way my first try too. She confessed. My grandma prefers a strong brew. Indeed I do. An elderly voice broke the conversation. Okay, that's a little too far. The grandmother voice is literally just like, it's a mix of like Rarity and like Octavia. A strong brew. Indeed I do. An elderly voice broke the conversation, Sunset's grandmother having returned from the living room with her own cup of the spicy brew. It's the only way you can be prepared for anything nowadays. One sip and you're awake for the entire day. She took a seat in her rocking chair across from Twilight and Sunset, taking a sip of her jolty tea and having zero reaction to it. So, what brings you kiddies to my home? Let alone, how did my granddaughter end up with a human of all things? Sunset took a sip of her own, letting out a long breath before speaking. To put it straight, I'm on the run from Moleskin, seeing he's out for Twilight's blood. She started. I don't know why, Grandma, but something... I'm on the run from Moleskin, seeing he's out for Twilight's blood. She started. I don't know why, Grandma, but something told me to save Twilight from that freak. And now, I'm having to risk my life to fend off Moleskin's forces and to keep her safe. I think I can just run it again. I'm on the run from Moleskin, seeing he's out for Twilight's blood. She started. I don't know why, Grandma, but something told me to save Twilight from that freak. And now, I'm having to risk my life to fend off Moleskin's forces and to keep her safe. To be completely honest, I don't know why I'm doing this, but I feel I'm doing the right thing. I think I know when the music's gonna shift. What they did to Mom. Yep, I think I know when the music's gonna shift. A tear had escaped Sunset's eye, to which Twilight responded by hugging her beloved tightly in her arms. Sunset's mother changed her demeanor entirely from jovial to serious, eyeing her reflection in her tea with sorrow in her arms. Sunset's mother changed her demeanor entirely. Oh shit. I need to fix that. Sunset's mother changed her demeanor entirely from jovial to serious. Whoops-a-doodle. I didn't catch that. Sunset's mother? No, grandmother, you dumb nut. Sunset's mother changed her demeanor entirely from jovial to serious, eyeing her reflection in her tea with sorrow. Oh, for fuck's sake, I swear to God. Okay, so I gotta get that. That's not that hard. That's what she said. Okay, I need to go to Chrome. I can't believe I missed that. Oops. Gonna let for hers. Oh. I got a little jolty for a minute. Okay, I know where this is. Oh shit, I went way too far. Sometime later. Okay, that's way... No. Nonetheless, you understand my... Put straight, I'm on the run. What's wrong with you? Okay, here we go. Tear escape. Tyler from Jovial. Okay, I see. I'm sorry, guys. This just happens. It does. It happens. Shit happens. Okay. I need water. I've got water. Okay. Just narration, right? Yeah. Okay. Where are you? Sunset's grandmother changed her demeanor entirely from jovial to serious, eyeing her reflection in her tea with sorrow. Eyeing her reflection in her tea with sorrow. Eyeing her reflection in her tea with sorrow. think that should do the trick. Okay, back it up. Tea with sorrow. Is that the main take? To Sirius, eyeing her reflection in her tea with sorrow. Back. Okay, I think that's fine. Okay, noise reduction real quick. Noise profile. Boink. Okay, so what I need to do is give it the EQ. This is gonna be fun. Alright, export as MP3. But hey, you guys get to see some behind the scenes shit. Why not? I did selected audio, right? I don't think I did. Nope, I didn't. Okay. Selected audio. There we go. Oopsie. We'll just name it Oopsie. Because why not? Normally the shit that I mess up on, if it's a re-record, I'll just name it what I think about it. Okay. Now the fun part.
Sunset's mother changed.
Yep. Alright. So... is it this entire part?
Sunset's mother changed her demeanor entirely from jovial to serious, eyeing her reflection in her tea with sorrow.
Yep. It'll sound a little off, but that's alright. It's alright. Okay, so I've got to go here. We had to do this yesterday with the sunset line. It's simple. Okay, so I need to go to music. Right, yeah. Jesus Christ. I need to clean some of this shit out. Oh, I say I'm gonna do it, then I don't. Because why not? Okay, so it should be right here somewhere. Okay. So I'm gonna have to do the thing. The cleanup and all that shit, but that's alright. So what I need to do is I need to go here. First, limiter. Since it's a small sample, it shouldn't be a big problem. Sunset's grandmother changed her to... Alright, so now I need a EQ. Do all this shit. I touch mainly these ones. But I always turn them all down anyways. Okay, you go up just a little bit. You need to be tightened a little bit. This goes down about this far. This goes down about this far. I really need to take a picture of when I get a chance. 5 is the tricky one. Because it either needs to be tightened or loosened a little bit.
Sunset's grandmother changed her demeanor entirely from jovial to serious, eyeing her reflection in her tea with sorrow. I see.
Bass is off.
Sunset's grandmother changed her demeanor entirely from jovial to serious, eyeing her reflection in her tea with sorrow. I see. She started simply. It was wrong what they did to your mother and my daughter, but one did by hugging her beloved tightly in her arms. Sunset's grandmother changed her demeanor entirely from jovial to serious, eyeing her reflection in her tea with sorrow. I see. She started hugging her beloved tightly in her arms. Sunset's grandmother changed her demeanor entirely from jovial to serious, eyeing her reflection in her tea with sorrow. I see. She started simply.
Okay, stop for a minute. No, fan, knock it off.
Hugging her beloved tightly in her arms. Sunset's grandmother changed her demeanor entirely from jovial to serious, eyeing her reflection in her tea with sorrow.
Okay, this is gonna be a bit of a bitch.
Hugging her beloved tightly in her arms. Sunset's grandmother.
Nope. I need to get it to a point where it's right. Okay, so the volume of it needs to go down.
Hugging her beloved tightly in her arms. Sunset's grandmother changed her demeanor entirely from jovial to serious, eyeing her reflection in her tea with sorrow. I see.
There we go. That's more like it.
Hugging her beloved tightly in her arms. Sunset's grandmother changed her demeanor entirely from jovial to serious, eyeing her reflection in her tea with sorrow.
Yeah, it's off, but... God, I hate when this shit happens. Turn it down a little bit.
Hugging her beloved tightly in her arms. Sunset's grandmother changed her demeanor.
The problem is when that renders... No, it actually doesn't work that way. Okay. Then I need to do this again. So screw that.
Hugging her beloved tightly.
And I need to match that tone somehow. Oh, this is gonna suck.
A tear had escaped Sunset's eye, to which Twilight responded by hugging her beloved tightly in her arms.
A tear had escaped...
A tear had escaped
A tear had escaped Sunset's eye. So it's low. Low and sorrowful, sorta. Alright, let's try that again. So you need to... Said you need to shut up. Sorry about that. It's when that thing gets jolted or moved at the lightest, it does the thing. Alright, where am I? Okay, low and emotional sort of kind of stuff. Let's see here. Tear escapes Sunset's eye. Sunset's grandmother... No. Sunset's grandmother changed her demeanor... Sunset's grandmother changed her demeanor and... Fuck! Here we go again.
A tear had escaped Sunset's eye.
A tear had escaped Sunset's eye. Sunset's grandmother changed her demeanor entirely from jovial to serious, eyeing her reflection in her tea with sorrow. I mean, that's about as close as I'm gonna get. It seems about right to me. Okay, low and emotional sort of kind of stuff. Let's see here. A tear escaped Sunset's eye. Sunset's grandmother... A tear had escaped Sunset's eye. Sunset's grandmother changed her demeanor entirely from jovial to serious, eyeing her reflection in her tea with sorrow. Control R. Alright, let's see if that works. Oh, I need to export the right shit. Is this it? Sunset? Yep. Okay, let's go grab that. Control C. Hey, Jed. I had to re-record a line because, whoops. Totally missed it, apparently. Oopsie. Too, because why not? We're not clever with names here. We are when we want to be, but not today. I hope I got that right.
A tear had escaped...
Oh, okay, here we go. Okay, so I need to go over more. I need to plug the fan back in. You son of a bitch. Thank you. Alright, over we go. Whoa. Okay, try that again. That's a problem with my voice. Okay, so here's 3 chapters like worth of recording, like 2 hours of recording. That's the reason why it's so low and different from my natural tone. That's why it's so different. Because my voice is tired. So I have to mimic that. That ain't easy. Still seems a little high, but that's just because...
Hugging her beloved tightly in her arms. Sunset's grandmother changed her demeanor entirely from jovial to serious, eyeing her reflection in her tea with sorrow, hugging her beloved tightly in her arms. Sunset's grandmother changed her demeanor entirely.
See, listen to that difference.
Hugging her beloved tightly in her arms. Sunset's grandmother changed her demeanor.
Okay, so what I need to do is I need to go back to the thing. Need to figure out what we're doing here. Again, I think it's all down to 5. Either that or 3 and 4 needs to be tightened a little bit. No.
Hugging her beloved tightly in her arms. Sunset's grandmother changed her demeanor.
Oh god, no. It's not deep enough, that's the problem. So that needs to come out. That, god damn it. That needs to come out.
Hugging her beloved tightly in her arms. Sunset's grandmother changed her demeanor entirely from jovial to serious, eyeing her reflection in her tea with sorrow.
Let's see if this does a trick.
Hugging her beloved tightly in her arms. Sunset's grandmother changed her demeanor entirely from jovial to serious, eyeing her
It sounds cleaner. That's the problem. Let me try playing
hugging
this.
her beloved tightly in her arms. Sunset's grandmother changed her demeanor entirely from jovial to serious, eyeing her reflection in her tea with sorrow. Hugging her beloved tightly in her arms. Sunset's grandmother changed her demeanor entirely from jovial.
What I could do is this and just cheat. Because I practically don't care anymore.
Hugging her beloved tightly in her arms. Sunset's grandmother changed her demeanor entirely from jovial to serious, eyeing her reflection in her tea with sorrow. Hugging her beloved tightly in her arms. Sunset's grandmother changed her demeanor entirely from jovial to serious, eyeing her reflection in her tea with sorrow. Hugging her beloved tightly in her arms. Sunset's grandmother changed her demeanor entirely from jovial to serious, eyeing her reflection in her tea with sorrow.
It's about as close as we're gonna get. The higher up part of it, it bugs me a little bit, but there's not really anything I can do about that. Besides, when it renders, it's going to probably be compacted just a little bit. I'm trying to think of how I can fix this. What I could do is something like this.
Hugging her beloved tightly in her arms. Sunset's grandmother changed her demeanor entirely from jovial to serious, hugging her beloved tightly in her arms. Sunset's grandmother changed her demeanor entirely from jovial to serious, eyeing her reflection in her tea with sorrow. I see. She started simply.
See, it's got such a higher bass tone to it. But I don't want to go too much bass, otherwise it's going to sound wonky. Okay, take this sucker all the way down. Apparently this is a little higher than that.
Hugging her beloved tightly in her arms. Sunset's grandmother changed her demeanor entirely from jovial to serious, eyeing her reflection in her tea with sorrow. Hugging her beloved tightly in her arms. Sunset's grandmother changed her demeanor entirely from jovial to serious, eyeing her reflection in her tea with sorrow.
It just sounds cleaner. That's just all there is to it, guys. I mean, I don't know what I can do here that would mimic it.
hugging her beloved
take it out a
tightly
little
in
more.
her arms. Sunset's grandmother changed her demeanor entirely from jovial to serious, eyeing her reflection in her tea with sorrow. I see. She started simply.
See, it sounds so much different. It sounds cleaner, but what can I do about that? Nothing. That's about as close as we're gonna get, guys. I'm sorry. But I tried.
Hugging her beloved tightly in her arms. Sunset's grandmother changed her demeanor entirely from jovial to serious, eyeing her reflection in her tea with sorrow.
That's about as good as it's gonna get, guys.
I see. She started simply. It was wrong what they did to your mother and my daughter. But what you're doing is reckless, my dear. By doing this, you're not only putting yourself in danger,
Okay.
but your entire race and family as well.
I tried, guys.
By putting yourself out in public, you risk exposing yourself as what you truly are, and while you may or may not be doing the right thing, you must accept that there are certain things that are beyond our control. And if we attempt to break that control, we or someone close to us ends up paying the price for it. I'm not saying what you're doing is wrong, but even if it is right, you must take everything into account. Why you ended up saving her is pretty simple. Seeing your eyes tell the story. Sunset jumped, having forgotten her eyes had changed color in her encounter with the elite through that overwhelming phenomenon that you must take everything into account. Why you ended up saving her is pretty simple. Seeing your eyes tell the story.
It's fine.
Sunset jumped, having forgotten her eyes had changed color in her encounter with the elite through that overwhelming phenomenon that she couldn't explain. My eyes? How does my eyes changing color connect to why I've done all of this? Sunset questioned. Sunset's grandmother took another sip, then resumed. Because it's something that has only happened once in the history of our existence, Sunset. The symbol of love between a vampire and human. Golden eyes. A blush met Sunset's face along with bulged eyes. This was not what she'd expected out of this visit. What do you mean? Sunset questioned. Another sip. Long ago, before the original 5
Okay. So,
of this visit. Sunset questioned. Another.
okay, where's the what do you mean?
A blush met Sunset's face along with bulged eyes. This was not what she'd expected out of this visit.
Volume?
What do you mean? Sunset questioned. Another sip.
Okay, stop for a minute. This is gonna be a tricky music choice.
A blush met Sunset's face along with bulged eyes. This was not what she'd expected out of this visit. What do you mean? Sunset questioned. Another sip. Long ago, before the original.
Okay, another sip needs to go out. So, nope, not gonna do it that way. I need to zoom in a little bit. So let's go like this. This is mainly going to be a music chapter, guys. It's not really going to have very many sound effects because it's a very subtle chapter. As I stated it before, it's kind of a break from all of the action that we just went through because you need those breaks in order to kind of take the overwhelmingness out of it. But that's just me. Here, right?
Another sip.
Okay, right here. I need more coffee. Whoa, not that far, not that far.
Sunset questioned. Another sip. Long ago.
Okay, hang on. So I need to get That should work. Okay, so push this sip out.
Set questioned. Another sip. Long ago, before...
Okay, so I need to push this out a little further.
Set questioned. Another sip. Long ago, before the original 5 vampire lords were born, the first vampire to ever exist.
Can I get tagged for that? I don't think I can. Can I? I've used it before, so it should be fine. It's either going to be that or on the chain. I'm trying to think which one works better here. It's either going to be Promise or it's going to be the other one I just said, on the chain. But on the chain is more one about conviction rather than something like a story time. But then again, so is Promise. The sound just kind of fits. I actually don't know if that's under this. I think it is, though. I think it actually is. It's from forever ago. Right there. Okay. So, like right here. Need to go turn that down. Is this the right Promise? I think it is. I mean, God, I did Silent Hill 2, so I should have it in here. Or Silent Hill. Silent Hill, or Silent Ponyville 1.
Set questioned.
Let's try that again.
Another sip. Long ago, before the original 5...
Wrong one. The one I want is the reprise, I think.
Another sip. Long ago, before the original 5 vampire lords were born, the first vampire to ever exist was born. From whom and how is unknown.
Yep, don't like that. The one I'm looking for, I think, is the reprise version. Do I have that? I don't know, honestly. I actually don't know if I know this, or have this. Did I use it in Silent Ponyville once? I want to say yes, because I think it's at the beginning of, or is that on the chain? I think it's on the chain. I'd have to go look that up. That would be on the other computer then. I'd have to go download it again. So let's go do that real quick. Hello, Julian. I saw you, by the way. Is it the reprise version that I need, or is it the other one? Very similar. It's very similar to On the Chain. Has kind of the same feel to it. But Promise is so much better. Promise. Piano. I believe it is the cover, or the reprise version, though. I've listened to it before because the red line is there.
Not sure how to care for your hardwood floors?
No.
Try Swiffer Wet-Jet Wood. Their soft microfiber-like pads absorb dirt and grime.
How about
deep
no?
inside, and it prevents streaks and haze better than an old mop.
How about no?
Wet-Jet Wood. Also, try Sweeper wood cloths.
How about no? Is this the one? I think this is the right one. Yeah, this is the one. Gotta give the people who created the soundtrack for like the Silent Hill games, you gotta give them credit. Alright, let's try that again. It's simple. Because I think I did use it in Silent Ponyville. I'm pretty sure I did. In the one where, I think that's the one where Pinky encounters her evil self, if I'm not mistaken. Which would have been chapter 4? We're going on a detour for a minute. If I can spell. If I can spell. 9642. Chapter 4. I believe it's 4. It's the one where freaking Pinky encounters herself. I'm pretty sure that's 4. I'm not sure. And it's right at the beginning because Pinky has like her head in like a mop bucket or something. I do remember that much. Oh, we're about to find out. Oh. Yep, that's it.
The world was quiet.
Yep, that is it. Let's keep that open for another sound effect search if I need it.
Other sip. Long ago, before the original 5 vampire lords were born, the first vampire to ever exist was born. From whom and how is unknown, but what is known is that when he was created, he was given one sole purpose: to kill and eliminate the human race. However, as the boy grew amongst human society, he found that they were not hostile creatures, but instead very much like him. He denied his destiny and lived amongst the people he was created to destroy, up until his 12th birthday. His body had gone through changes, just as humans do throughout their teen years, and upon the sight of the full moon, he went from calm and collected to being a ravenous monster. He attacked the town and killed all of them, sucking them dry of their life supply, except for one. Amongst the massacre and carnage, one lone human remained, a young woman that he refused to attack. For what reason he did not know. All he did know was that she was one he could not harm. He came to his senses in her presence and ran, ashamed of his actions. Under the light of the full moon, he had made the decision to kill himself to keep humankind safe from him. But before he could perform the action, someone stopped him. The girl he could not harm. He tried to explain to her how taking his own life was the only way things could be right, but she refused to allow him to take his life, and eventually her persistence paid off. She took the boy away to somewhere safe.
Let me listen back to that one more time.
But she refused to allow him to take his life, and eventually her persistence paid off.
That's fine.
She took the boy away to somewhere safe, leaving the town and carnage behind. For the next 6 years, the human girl guided him on controlling his vampirism. Many times the boy had asked why she had decided to help a monster like him, and each time, the answer was the same. I don't know why.
Oh, okay. Need to add a little effect here. God damn it. Cut at the wrong spot. There we go. Alright, unique is simple. That fits very well because Promise normally plays in the Silent Hill games when there's like a big thing happening. Like when someone like finds a piece of their past or like a memory or something. That's when Promise plays. So it fits very well. Okay, so I need to go here. Nope, not there. I need to go here first. Let's see. We need to go to 5 and create like a memory kind of thing. Memory thing? No, memorization. Oh my god, I can't talk. I never can talk. Okay, so we need reverb first. Turn the reverb down. It's fine on default. And delay. And I know which one I need. No. 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 Yep. Okay, pan that to the center. Move this to, I think it's 2.3.
But she refused to allow him to take his life, and eventually persisted. I don't know why.
Oh shit. Oh, I know why. I know why. I know what's going on. This needs to go down.
I don't know why. The two formed an unbreakable bond.
Okay.
I don't know why. The two formed an unbreakable bond over those years. I don't know why. The two formed an unbreakable bond over those years, up until... I don't know why. The two formed an unbreakable bond over those years, up until the boy had grown able to control his vampiric nature. That bond eventually grew into a romance and bloomed into a marriage. Upon their first kiss...
Okay. This one. This one. I remember looping this one a lot.
I don't know why. The two formed an unbreakable bond over those years, up until the boy had grown able to control his vampiric nature. That bond eventually grew into a romance and bloomed into a marriage. Upon their first kiss, a strange phenomenon took place, and when he came out of it, his eyes had turned golden, just like yours. Their bond couldn't be broken, and their life as one went on, living amongst the human race for years, up until the man's past finally caught back up with him. A child of one of the village's occupants had recognized the vampire responsible for his parents' death. One had been spared that night aside from the girl, and his grief had never faded. He wanted blood. One night, that very child, now a man, attacked the home of his enemy, blazing it into a display of hellfire. The man tried to escape the home with his wife, now pregnant with their son, but the fire was spreading too fast for both of them to escape. Wanting to carry on his legacy, he fought through the torrent of flames until he found an exit, and despite his beloved's wishes, pushed her through while the flames ate away at his flesh. Devastated at her husband's demise, the girl ran until she was out of sight of civilization. She survived and was found and taken in by nuns who had been out picking berries in the forest the morning she was found. But her appetite for vengeance didn't die. She swore vengeance for her husband. 3 months later, her child was born, the first half-breed ever to be brought into our world. She taught the child the same as she had her husband, but deep down, her thirst for blood grew stronger. A strength that eventually ended in the life of her husband's killer being taken without mercy. She didn't just kill him. No. She stripped him naked, tied him to a log, and threw him over a fire to be cooked alive. She watched every second of it. His screams resembled live. She watched every second of it, his screams resembling an angel's song to her, up until he was just on the edge of death. That wasn't enough for her. He had to pay the ultimate price. She tied him to a tree and cut out his tongue so he couldn't scream or speak. Her son had grown old enough to gain a craving for blood, so she presented her victim's worst nightmare to him. Her husband's flesh and blood. She wanted him to die in the most poetic way possible, but for it to only be a one-time thing for her son to bear. Her son sucked every ounce of blood from his mother's victim, an act that would turn out to be a grave mistake. A vampire's lust for blood is very powerful, and she hadn't taken that into account. Once her victim's blood was sucked dry, the unthinkable happened. Her own son turned on her and killed her dead. With no control or guidance, that child killed off thousands, building a hatred and fear of vampires towards humans. Somewhere down the lines of history, the lessons of control evolved along with less of a craving for human blood. The rest is history. The story ended, and Sunset and Twilight sat with faces of horror. This was new to Sunset. Never before had she heard this tale of her kind's history. It explained a lot, but she wasn't still fully clear on why this tale was so important. Why are you telling me this? Aside from the thing about the golden eyes? Sunset questioned. Because it's important you know of the true history that's been hidden from you. Her grandmother confirmed. Humans and vampires were once allies, up until an act of vengeance destroyed it. However, what's most important is the fact that the royals tried to hide the most. No vampire, besides the very first, is a pureblood. The real truth is that we are all half-breeds. Sunset and Twilight both gasped in shock. That's crazy, Sunset exclaimed. So the royals have been lying to us all along. Her grandmother nodded. Your mother knew the truth, which is why you were raised to hate the royals and order of our kind and not to despise humans like the royals do. She probably planned to tell you the truth when you turned 18, but the royals made sure to prevent that before it could even happen. Everyone needs to know this. But the royals made sure to prevent that before it could even happen. Everyone needs to know this. Those bastards need to pay. Sunset shouted, rising to her feet. Her grandmother shook her head. Convincing an entire race is nearly impossible, my dear. The royals would have to say it themselves to even have a chance. Their grip on our race is just too powerful. Sunset sighed in defeat at her grandmother's words. You're right, but there's gotta be something we can do. I'm sorry, dear. I know you want to avenge your mother as much as I do, but if we let history repeat itself and let reckless actions decide for us, then we're destined to go extinct. Sunset clenched her fists hard, but eventually released her grip, sitting back down. Then, what do I do against Moleskin? I can't just give up on Twilight. Not after everything we've been through. It feels wrong to just give up. You said it yourself in the story. The boy and girl had an inseparable bond and couldn't be separated no matter what. All of this didn't just happen out of coincidence or chance. It happened for a reason. What if history is repeating to repair what happened no matter what? All of this didn't just happen out of coincidence or chance. It happened for a reason. What if history is repeating to repair what happened all those decades ago? The very first vampire is an example that it is possible for humans and vampires to be united. But we won't ever get that chance unless the royals are destroyed for good. I know it sounds impossible, but I believe that they can be defeated. We just need something to... Sunset stopped in her tracks, her mind having spiked a possible way to get an advantage over the royals. That's it, Sunset stated confidently. What is it, Sunset? Twilight questioned. Moleskin. That's how we get an advantage over those bastards. If I can defeat and submit Moleskin, we'll have a hostage to use as a threat against them. Do you really think that would work? From how you've described the royals, they seem like they wouldn't even care if you killed Moleskin. Twilight analyzed. Most of the time they wouldn't, but Moleskin is of a higher stature. He's important to all of the main rulers, so they'd care about losing him. Sunset assured. You'd be asking for suicide if you tried fighting him right now. Sunset's grandmother added. You'd lose immediately. Even with my enhanced abilities from the love-zilling transformation thing? She questioned. Her grandmother got up from her rocking chair, sitting her tea down on the side table, and walked to where Sunset sat. Get up, she commanded, and walked.
Walked. Okay. Wow, first thing of that. Wow. So that'd be on 6. So we need a walking sound effect. There it is. All right. Turn it down. I got a burp apparently.
Walked to where Sunset sat. Get up. Walked to where Sunset sat. Get up, she commanded. What? Sunset questioned with confusion. Get up. Her grandmother repeated. I want you to try hitting me with your best shot. If you can, you're ready to fight him. If you can't, you're still in need of proper combat training. Grandma, I don't want to hit you. Sunset stated with sincerity. You can't. Her grandmother challenged, grabbing Sunset's arm and forcing her to her feet from the couch. Sunset was surprised, catching her balance and eyeing her grandma with distaste.
The hell was that?
Grandma, oh, Sunset was surprised, catching her balance and Sunset was surprised.
Right there. Bingo. See if I can't.
Sunset was surprised, catching her balance and eyeing her grandma with.
If I can get rid of that little slip right there. Nope. See if I can do that.
Sunset was surprised, catching her balance and eyeing her grandma with distaste.
That's fine.
Grandma, I'll hurt you if I hit you, she pleaded. Either you hit me or I'll hit you, the elder vampire threatened. Grandma, would you stop and listen? Her grandmother's fist connected to Sunset's nose. Sunset quickly comforted her injury and grunted in pain. Grandma! Sunset stated out of pain. 5 seconds or I'll hit you harder.
Okay, I think investigations can go here. Like, we just went from serious to, like, joking.
Get up. Her grandmother repeated. I want you to try hitting me with your best shot. If you can, you're ready to fight him. If you can't, you're still in need of proper combat training.
Dun 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 dun. Not sure if I'm happy with. I don't know. It fits, but it also doesn't fit. I'm talking about the promise thing off of the last one, but well, let's just try it. Let's sample. That's here. I just need to remember. Need to get some more coffee.
gets up.
I'm gonna get more coffee real quick. Be right back, guys. Okay. Let's try that again.
Gets up. Her grandmother repeated, I want you to try hitting me with your best shot. If you can, you're ready to fight him. If you can't, you're still in need of proper combat training. Grandma, I don't want to hit you. Sunset stated with sincere to fight him. If you can't, you're still in need of proper combat training. Grandma, I don't want to hit you. Sunset stated with sincerity. You can't. Her grandmother challenged, grabbing Sunset's arm and forcing her to her feet from the couch. Sunset was surprised, catching her balance and eyeing her grandma with distaste. To fight him. If you can't, you're still in need of proper combat training. Grandma, I don't want to hit you. Sunset
Hang on.
What? Sunset questioned with confusion. Gets up. Her grandmother repeated, I want you to try hitting me with your best shot. If you can, you're ready to fight him. If you can't, you're still in need of proper combat training. Grandma, I don't want to hit you. Sunset stated with sincerity. You can't. Her grandmother challenged, grabbing Sunset's arm and forcing her to her feet from the couch. Sunset was surprised, catching her balance and eyeing her grandma with distaste. Grandma, I'll hurt you if I hit you, she pleaded. Either you hit me or I'll hit you, the elder vampire threatened. Grandma, would you stop and listen? Her grandmother's fist connected to Sunset's nose. Sunset quickly comforted her injury and grunted in pain. Grandma! Sunset stated out of pain. 5 seconds or I'll hit you harder, her grandmother threatened. Sunset finally surrendered and got into her fighting stance. She took her best shot, throwing a fist at her grandmother's face, but it didn't connect
There it is.
and was stopped by one of her grandmother's hands. Pain met her instantaneously, a blow being thrown to her abdomen, and before she could even defend, her grandma's free fist connected with her chin and sent her back against the wall. The blows had done a large amount of damage, and Sunset found herself unable to even counter or move, collapsing from the blows. Twilight rushed to her aid, helping Sunset up and glaring back at her grandmother with anger. Why were you so hard on her? She can't even stand.
Okay, hang on a second.
Grandma, I'll hurt you if I hit you, she pleaded. Either you hit me or I'll hit you, the elder vampire threatened. Grandma, would you stop and listen?
Okay, so like a... Okay, so I need to zoom in pretty well here.
And listen.
Okay, so I need like a punch.
And listen. And listen.
Really?
And listen. And listen. And listen.
Okay, it needs to be just a little louder. I'm probably gonna have to...
And listen.
Okay, so what I'm gonna have to do here is... First, I have to move this.
And listen.
Take the... off. And just put this like right there.
And listen. And listen.
Okay.
And listen. Her grandmother's fist connected to Sunset's nose. Sunset quickly comforted her injury and grunted in pain. Grandma! Sunset stated out of pain. 5 seconds or I'll hit you harder, her grandmother threatened. Sunset finally surrendered and got into her fighting stance. She took her best shot, throwing a fist at her grandmother's face, but it didn't connect and was stopped by one of her grandmother's hands. Pain met her instantaneously, a blow being thrown to her abdomen.
A blow being thrown.
A blow being...
Poor Sunset, man. You don't mess with your elders. You don't mess with your elders.
Blow being thrown.
Okay.
Blow being thrown.
Ow. Okay.
Blow being thrown to her. Blow being thrown.
Okay.
Blow being...
Okay, I'm gonna need one more. So I need to figure
Blow
out...
being thrown to her abdomen, and before she could even defend, her grandma's free fist connected with her chin and sent her back against the wall. The blows had done a large amount.
That one. This one.
It's the wall. It's the wall.
There it is. Okay.
It's the wall. A blow being thrown to her abdomen, and before she could even defend, her grandma's free fist connected with her chin and sent her.
It's like right here somewhere.
Before she could even defend, her grandma's free fist connected with her chin and sent her back.
Back a little bit more.
Before she could even defend, her grandma's free fist connected with her chin and sent her back against the wall. Connected with her chin and sent.
Back one more.
Connected with her chin.
Back one more. Maybe.
Connected with her chin and sent her back against the wall. And her grandma's free fist connected with her chin and sent her back against the wall. The blows had done a large amount of damage, and Sunset found herself unable to even counter or move, collapsing from the blows. Twilight rushed to her aid, helping Sunset up and glaring back at her grandmother with anger. "Why were you so hard on her? She can't even stand," she barked. Twilight rushed to her aid, helping Sunset up and glaring back at her grandmother with anger. "Why were you so hard on her? She can't even stand," she barked. "Dear, sometimes to get a point across, you have to give it to them straight," Sunset's grandmother replied. "Give her 5 minutes. She'll be fine." Twilight only continued to comfort Sunset, while the elderly vampire returned to her rocking chair and took another long sip of her tea.
Oh, wow. I need some out here.
Twilight rushed to her aid, helping Sunset up and glaring back at her grandmother with anger. "Why were you so hard on her? She can't even stand," she barked. Dear, Sunset rocking chair and took another long sip of her tea. Her rocking chair and took another long sip of her tea.
That's good. Okay, just cut this. Okay, let me listen back to that whole scene. Just to make sure it sounds good.
Hitting me with your best shot. If you can, you're ready to fight him. If you can't, you're still in need of proper combat training. Grandma, I don't want to hit you, Sunset stated with sincerity. You can't. Her grandmother challenged, grabbing Sunset's arm and forcing her to her feet from the couch. Sunset was surprised, catching her balance and eyeing her grandma with distaste. Grandma, I'll hurt you if I hit you, she pleaded. Either you hit me or I'll hit you, the elder vampire threatened. Grandma, would you stop and listen? Her grandmother's fist connected to Sunset's nose. Sunset quickly comforted her injury and grunted in pain. Grandma! Sunset stated out of pain. 5 seconds or I'll hit you harder, her grandmother threatened. Sunset finally surrendered and got into her fighting stance. She took her best shot, throwing a fist at her grandmother's face, but it didn't connect, and was stopped by one of her grandmother's hands. Pain met her instantaneously, a blow being thrown to her abdomen, and before she could even defend, her grandma's free fist connected with her chin and sent her back against the wall. The blows had done a large amount of damage, and Sunset found herself unable to even counter or move, collapsing from the blows. Twilight rushed to her aid, helping Sunset up and glaring back at her grandmother with anger. "Why were you so hard on her? She can't even stand!" she barked. "Dear, sometimes to get a point across, you have to give it to them straight," Sunset's grandmother replied. "Give her 5 minutes. She'll be fine." Twilight only continued to comfort Sunset, while the elderly vampire returned to her rocking chair and took another long sip of her tea.
Okay, next scene. I think Moonlight Sonata works fine here. Excuse me. Alright. There it is. It's not Moonlight Sonata, but it is Moonlight Sonata at the same time. Why? There we go. Yeah, excuse me.
Hitting me with your best shot. If you can, you're ready to fight him.
Da da da. Okay.
Sometime late.
Okay. Just pull this back a little bit.
Sometime later, after Sunset's injuries had faded, she and Twilight were gifted with another cup of tea, an herbal tea designed to calm their minds of any turmoil within the past days.
Hopefully that's right. Don't like how it just abruptly does it. What I could just do is one, get rid of that. Let's see how close I can get. That's pretty on point, I'd say.
Sometime later, after Sunset's injuries had faded, she and Twilight were gifted with another cup of tea, an herbal tea designed to calm their minds of any turmoil within the past days. Both accepted their cups, sipping away slowly at the hot beverage. Sunset had swallowed her pride already, never expecting to be submitted to a painful and powerful defeat with 2 strikes. It had taught her of
Hang on.
Sometime later, after Sunset's injuries had faded, she and Twilight were gifted with another cup of tea, an herbal tea designed to calm their minds of any turmoil within the past days. Both accepted their cups, sipping away slowly at the hot beverage. Sansa had swallowed her pride already, never expecting to be submitted to a painful and powerful defeat with 2 strikes. It had taught her a valuable lesson too, despite age or appearance, never underestimate an opponent. Another factor still remained though. How was she going to defeat Moleskin and take down the royals? Setting down her cup after a short sip, she finally revealed her thoughts to her grandmother. I'm sorry I underestimated you, grandmother. She confessed in defeat. I just didn't want to risk hurting you. Setting down her own respective thoughts to her grandmother. I'm sorry I underestimated you, grandmother. She confessed in defeat. I just didn't want to risk hurting you. Setting down her own respective teacup, her grandmother eyed her with her glimmering amber eyes, a smile meeting her lips. Thank you, dear. She accepted. You sure are less prideful than your mother was. I would have had to beat her 50 times before she'd finally given to her stubbornness. Sunset giggled, imagining her mother being submitted by her grandmother with little to no effort. It put a smile on her face, but caused a tear to roll down her cheek as well upon these, a smile meeting her lips. Thank you, dear. She accepted. You sure are less prideful than your mother was. I would have had to beat her 50 times before she'd finally given to her stubbornness. Sunset giggled, imagining her mother being submitted by her grandmother with little to no effort. It put a smile on her face, but caused a tear to roll down her cheek as well upon realizing her cruel reality. I guess I get that from my dad. Sunset assumed. Her grandmother immediately answered with a wave of her hand. I guess I get that from my dad. Sunset assumed. Her grandmother immediately answered with a wave of her hand as if she were shooing away something. Pfft. Your father is one of the most stubborn vampires I've ever come to meet in my time. You should have seen him when I was helping him pick out your mother's wedding ring. He couldn't remember her size and fought me over it until he realized I had raised Starry from birth. Even the employee was laughing at his naivety. Even you were horribly stubborn growing up.
Stop. Oh my god, did she find joined 2021. Oh my god, she's back. I'm sorry guys, I have to take this. Accept. Hey, I'm so sorry for being a man. She could have told you sooner. I'm sorry I couldn't fish out her girl. They still knew that I was happening. I finally got my phone back, man. Which were again. I'm really sorry. Thank God she is okay. I was so fucking worried. Oh my god. my god, thank the Lord.
I guess I get that from my dad. Sunset assumed. Her grandmother immediately answered.
Okay, she's fine.
Can we not bug right now, Google, please? If you can, that is. You got
Okay, that's a huge relief. Back to this.
I guess I get that from my dad. Sunset assumed. Her grandmother immediately answered with a wave of her hand as if she were shooing away something. Pfft. Your father is one of the most stubborn vampires I've ever come to meet in my time. You should have seen him when I was helping him pick out your mother's wedding ring. He couldn't remember her size and fought me over it until he realized I had raised Starry from birth.
Oh wow, it sounds like I say fucked. It sounds like it said fucked, but it says fought. Fought.
Fought me over it until he realized I had raised Starry from birth. Even the employee was laughing at his naivety. Even you were horribly stubborn growing up, Sonny. You resembled both your mother and father too well, and at points seemed impossible to maintain. Even in your last visit, you were much different than now, and I can tell you that something has changed you. Sunset eyed her grandmother with curiosity. Really? She questioned, quirking an eyebrow. In what way? I've been nothing but demanding and forceful since I got here. Yes, but you've also been kind, respectful, and caring. Her grandmother countered. You put your friend first before entering, afraid of how I'd react.
Actually, I want to go back a little bit. I was a little distracted, so I just want to make absolute sure I'm not fucking up. Otherwise, it's going to be later editing for me.
I guess I get that from my dad.
Okay.
Sunset assumed. Her grandmother immediately answered with a wave of her hand as if she were shooing away something. Pfft. Your father is one of the most stubborn vampires I've ever come to meet in my time. You should have seen him when I was helping him pick out your mother's wedding ring. He couldn't remember her size and fought me over it until he realized I had raised Starry from birth. Even the employee was laughing at his naivety. Even you were horribly stubborn growing up, Sonny. You resembled both your mother and father too well, and at points seemed impossible to maintain. Even in your last visit, you were much different than now, and I can tell you that something has changed you. Sunset eyed her grandmother with curiosity. Really? She questioned, quirking an eyebrow. In what way? I've been nothing but demanding and forceful since I got here. Yes, but you've also been kind, respectful, and caring. Her grandmother countered. You put your friend first before entering, afraid of how I'd react to her presence. Checked her teeth first, afraid I'd snuck something in it to harm her, and thought before striking me. The old Sonny I babysat all those years ago would have never done those things. Sunset gasped at the tea comment, her eyes going wide. How did you... Sonny, your grandma has been around for quite a bit. She's picked up a lot being around humans and seeing... Yes, but you've also been kind, respectful, and caring. Her grandmother countered. You put your friend first before entering, afraid of how I'd react to her presence. Checked her teeth first, afraid I'd snuck something in it to harm her, and thought before striking me. The old Sonny I babysat all those years ago would have never done those things. Sunset gasped at the tea comment, her eyes going wide. How did you... Sonny, your grandma has been around for quite a bit. She's picked up a lot being around humans and seeing their interactions. Sunset merely rubbed her head, knowing she wouldn't be underestimating her grandma for the rest of her stay.
Okay, stop. I need to focus here.
Yes, but you've also been kind, respectful, and caring.
Stop for a minute. I need to take this off. It's flipping hot in here. Whew. Sheesh. Okay. Back.
Yes, but you've also been kind, respectful, and caring. Her grandmother countered. You put your friend first before entering, afraid of how I'd react to her presence. Checked her tea first, afraid I'd snuck something in it to harm her, and thought before striking me. The old Sonny I babysat all those years ago would have never done those things. Sunset gasped at the tea comment, her eyes going wide. How did you... Sonny, your grandma has been around for quite a bit. She's picked up a lot being around humans and seeing their interactions. Sunset merely rubbed her head, knowing she wouldn't be underestimating her grandma for the rest of her stay. She chuckled at her grandmother's words, allowing her to continue. The point is that something has changed you drastically, and it's for the better. Even if what you're doing is reckless, I can see why you're doing it. After all, love makes mortals and immortals alike do crazy things. Sunset looked towards Twilight, a blush adorning both of their faces in the light of the room. They found that their hands had met unintentionally and had begun to grip one another in a display of care and true love. I'll do anything to protect her, Sunset claimed, her eyes still locked with Twilight's. Her grandmother smiled at the display, taking another sip of tea. Then I see that I can't stop you, her grandmother replied, setting her teacup back on the table. Just know one thing, granddaughter. Eventually, you won't be able to protect her. She will eventually have to protect herself from whatever Moleskin throws at both of you. I know. Sunset agreed. This is a fight that won't be easy to win, and if I die, at least I died doing something right. And despite what I am and what I've done, I will find her in death, no matter what it takes. Sunset felt Twilight's hand grip hers even tighter upon the end.
Okay, so something needs to go here. Well, let's see. I can do home, or I could do reversion. Let's see here. Well, let's see here. I mean, this is like a... what's the word? Like a promise. So I feel... one of those two works. Or both of those would work here, but I think reversion fits better. No, actually... because there's going to be a big scene next. So, I feel home works here. Okay. Home. Okay. God, I feel like I'm going back, forth, back, forth, back, forth, back, forth. But when you're friends with someone for so long, and, you know, you met through, like, projects and stuff. Well, how did I meet Lullaby? Lullaby first voiced in, oh god, wasn't she Sweetie Belle first? I want to say she was Sweetie Belle first. I think her first role in my stuff was, I want to say it was Sweetie Belle in, I can't think. Sweetie Belle in The Double. I believe that's the first time. Then the second one was like Pinkie Pie in Rarity's New Patterns. Not New Patterns. Rarity's, well, Lucky Charm. Flightless Rainbow. Excuse me. Well, technically she would have been Sweetie Belle and Pinkie Pie. Technically. Because in The Double she played both.
Sunset felt Twilight's hand grip hers even tighter upon the end of those words.
Okay.
Sunset felt Twilight's hand grip hers even tighter upon.
Okay, where do we want to start
if
here?
I die,
Oh,
at least I died doing something right. And despite what I am and what I've done, I will find her in death, no matter what it takes. Sunset felt no matter what it takes. Sunset felt Twilight's hand grip hers even tighter upon the end of those words. She turned to me, no matter what it takes. Sunset felt Twilight's hand.
That's gonna have to work.
No matter what it takes. Sunset felt Twilight's hand grip hers.
Nah, I think I can get that closer. I want it to just be a little more back.
No matter what it takes. Sunset felt Twilight's hand grip hers even tighter upon the end of the no matter what it takes. Sunset felt Twilight's hand no matter what it takes. Sunset felt Twilight's hand grip hers even tighter upon
That's
the
good.
end of those words. She
Probably
turned
gotta
to me,
turn
her
it down
beloved's
more.
gaze, noticing tears start to glisten in Twilight's tear ducts. As will I, Twilight declared with a look of confidence and promise. No matter what it takes. Sunset's grandmother finished her tea and placed it back on the table. Startling the lovers out of their trance, she got up and said nothing. The only indication of a response was a smile and nod, to which Sunset and Twilight both nodded at in return. It'll be dark soon. Sunset's grandmother started. You two are welcome to stay the night here, but with the full moon out, I suggest you try to avoid making any noise. The last thing I need is any other resident of this area suspecting me of giving a human hospitality. Sunset and Twilight caught on immediately. Their faces turned red as it returned. It'll be dark soon. Sunset's grandmother started. You two are welcome to stay the night here, but with the full moon out, I suggest you try to avoid making any noise. The last thing I need is any other resident of this area suspecting me of giving a human hospitality. Sunset and Twilight caught on immediately. Their faces turned red as a tomato, and their faces being met with a massive blush. Grandma? Sunset objected. We weren't even planning on that. Say what you want, dear, but I know a female vampire's hormones are as rapid as your enhanced running speed. All it takes is a kiss, then it just progresses more and more. Twilight sank in her seat in complete and utter embarrassment, while Sunset just fell back in her seat with her hands covering her face. She hadn't been this humiliated since she had lost to Moleskin for the first time, and as much as she attempted to wipe her grandmother's lewd comments from her mind, She knew she would never forget them for as long as she lived eternally.
Oh, you gotta love grandparents. Oh, that's funny. It's funny.
Return.
Oops.
It'll be. She knew she would never forget them for as long as she lived eternally.
Is that down to 0? Well, we're about to make it. Alright, that'll work. But I feel this next one. So I'm gonna need crickets. There's probably gonna be a few little music tracks here and there, but...
She knew she would never forget them for as long as she lived eternally. The two lovers sat atop the highest thick branch of the ancient tree, Sunset having checked prior for any nearby vampires on the prowl.
Okay.
Knowing they were safe, they sat in the calm of the night, admiring.
Okay, so right where that one was, like right here, or like right here somewhere. I don't know. Okay, now I need reversion, and I need crickets. Okay, so now I need to go to the right track, turn it down. This one has quite a...
The two lovers sat atop the highest thick branch of the ancient tree, Sunset having checked prior for any nearby vampires on the prowl. Knowing they were safe, they sat in the calm of the night, admiring the moon in the sky that seemed close enough to touch.
Okay, stop for a minute. Okay, I need to get this in the right spot.
The two lovers sat atop the highest thick The two lovers sat atop the highest thick branch of the ancient tree.
There we go. Okay, so now I need crickets, because we're outside now. Probably gonna have to adjust reversion a few times. Okay, crickets. Oops, wrong button. Okay. Probably gonna have to create a fade in for this. Oh wait, it has a faded on it, doesn't it? What? Fuck off. Okay, where did you go? Apparently nowhere. Well, would you piss off? I swear, things just love to piss me off. I don't know why. It's a little too loud. So I need to create a limiter. Or not a limiter, a balance. Whee!
The two lovers sat atop the highest thick branch of the ancient tree, Sunset having checked prior for any nearby vampires on the prowl. Knowing they were safe, they sat in the calm of the night, admiring the moon in the sky that seemed close enough to touch, when in reality, it was millions of miles away from them. Twilight had relented against the idea at first, but Sunset had convinced her through the assurance that she'd be safe from harm. And now that she sat next to Sunset on what seemed like the top of the world, she was glad to have not ended up just going to sleep. Not like she could, anyway. She was nearly captured that day, and was lucky that Sunset had found and saved her in time. She wasn't sure if it was some power above giving her the benefit of the doubt, or just absolute sheer luck that she was still alive. But one thing was certain to Twilight. She was thankful that she'd trusted Sunset that night in her driveway. Sunset had opened up not only her life to a whole new perspective, but had also changed her into a more confident and brave person as a whole. 3 days prior, she would have never even dared to try and outwit a vampire elite force. She would have probably just ran or hid under her bed covers in hopes that they miraculously wouldn't have found her. Now, driveway. Sunset had opened up not only her life to a whole new perspective, but had also changed her into a more confident and brave person as a whole. 3 days prior, she would have never even dared to try and outwit a vampire elite force. She would have probably just ran or hid under her bed covers in hopes that they miraculously wouldn't have found her. Now, here she was, fighting against the forces of a vampire lord with very little fear or potentially failing. Hell, she had almost succeeded in outwitting the elites. That's not bad for a mortal with zero knowledge of vampires aside from what Sunset had taught her. It was an amazing feeling, something she hadn't felt in so long. While it put her life in danger, she didn't care. With Sunset, she felt alive and safe from harm, and while their first meet had been bizarre and rough, she was happy to have taken Sunset's hand in this crazy adventure. Sunset never would have thought that this would have ever been possible. What had started as a rescue mission had turned into an adventure of discovery and change. She had thought back to what her grandmother had said about her being different in her last visit here over 10 years ago. Had she really been so stubborn and reckless before Twilight came into her life? She had never noticed it, but normally people with stubborn attitudes can't see past their own ass, so it made sense if she had never noticed her own stubbornness. She reiterated all of the events in the past 3 days. Upon meeting and convincing Twilight to come with her, she had been a bossy and forceful bitch. Something she later apologized for after revealing her true identity and assuring Twilight that she wasn't out to make her dinner. Twilight had acted somewhat the same, but she had a good reason to, being taken out of town with a complete stranger and constantly wondering if she was being kidnapped or actually helped by this mystery woman. Regardless, before all of this, Twilight had been very rude and low on herself, so Sunset could assure that Twilight had changed majorly in the past days. However, the main event of this whole crazy adventure that came to her mind as the most memorable was the spring itself. So Sunset could assure that Twilight had changed majorly in the past days. However, the main event of this whole crazy adventure that came to her mind as the most memorable was the spring. It wasn't because of seeing Twilight's bare form and sharing her own natural form with Twilight's in the spring that it was memorable. It was due to the fact that that was the first time both of them opened up deeply to one another. It was a conversation that broke both of them from their comfort zones and formed a layer of trust between them. Something that they had done without hesitation and without fear of judgment, giving assurance that they both thought equally of one another and didn't judge one another for anything. A comforting aspect that broke all suspicion or distrust of one another. But what assured their love for one another? That was the one question that Sunset asked the most as she thought further on the events that led up to this moment. The spring brought them closer to one another for sure, but what sparked their feelings for each other? Was it all the effort she'd put into keeping Twilight safe from Moleskin's forces? The things they had in common? Their undying trust for one another? Then she thought deeper, and almost immediately, the answer clicked. While Twilight had been terrified, like any mortal would be at her true form when she had confessed, she had never seen, treated, or called her a monster like most humans would have. Had confessed, she had never seen, treated, or called terrified, like any mortal would be at her true form when she had confessed. She had never seen, treated, or called her a monster like most humans would have. Despite what she was, Twilight had treated her as if she were any other mortal of her kind. She'd respected her for who she really was behind her folded wings and secluded fangs. Even her golden eyes didn't push Twilight away. She had loved her for who she was, and that's why Sunset had felt the same toward her. It only came to her fully once she saw that Twilight was willing to give her own blood to save her life. That was the assurance that Twilight not only trusted her no matter the case, but also couldn't bear to see her die. She loved her. While she had thought a relationship between a human and a vampire to be impossible at first, after all that had happened, as much as her transformation, she knew now that it was not only possible, but that she was destined to be with Twilight until death came to her beloved. Out of the stillness of the night, she took Twilight's hand in her own and held it tightly. Twilight followed, gripping Sunset's hand as if it were her life supply. "Sunset?" Twilight asked lowly. "Yeah?" Sunset replied. I need to tell you something." Twilight answered in a somewhat sad tone. Growing worried, Sunset turned to Twilight, her head low and a frown on her face. "What is it? Is something wrong?" Sunset replied in a concerned voice. "No, I'm just... Something happened today. Something odd." Sunset raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Okay, define odd," Sunset proposed. Twilight took in a deep breath and released it slowly before answering. "When I got on the bus, I started to feel sick and got urges to cry unexpectedly. Something that has never happened before. And I don't... When I got on the bus, I started to feel sick and got urges to cry unexpectedly. Something that has never happened before. And I don't think it's just a case of being sad because of separation." Sunset's eyes widened in surprise. "Huh, that is odd. What do you have in mind that it could have been?" A short pause followed, but Twilight eventually found her words. "Given how rare a relationship like ours is, maybe it's an effect of us being separated from one another. Like, the farther we are from one another, the worse the effects." "Perhaps, but I didn't experience anything odd like that. Aside from worrying about your safety." Another pause. "Maybe it only applies to mortals. Vampires have more supernatural abilities than humans, so maybe a vampire-human bond is delicate and affects a human more strongly. It's definitely not impossible, but it's not like we swore any vows or wear rings as a seal. What could have caused this to happen?" Twilight dove into heavy thought for a moment to find what may be the cause. If this was actually being caused by their bond as lovers. One thing did come to mind that seemed logical enough, but it was definitely a long shot. Maybe making love was enough of a seal. I'm not sure how vampire engagement works, but that might be a cause," Twilight guessed. Potentially. Sunset agreed. Making love was enough of a steal. I'm not sure how I'm not a long shot.
Nope. Okay, let's try that again.
A long shot. Maybe making love of a steal. A long shot. Maybe making love was enough of a steal. I'm not sure how vampire engagement works. It seemed logical enough, but it was definitely a long shot. Maybe making love was enough of a steal. I'm not sure how vampire engagement works, but that might be a cause. Twilight guessed. Potentially. Sunset agreed. However, sex between vampires is very limited. It's an action normally done scarcely, because it's easy for a female to get pregnant. Without protection, it's normally a 99% guarantee, and can range from 1 to 4 babies, and my kind never uses protection. If we engage, it's for pregnancy. Twilight's eyes bulged in shock. It's an action normally done scarcely, because it's easy for a female to get pregnant. Without protection, it's normally a 99% guarantee, and can range from 1 to 4 babies, and my kind never uses protection. If we engage, it's for pregnancy. Twilight's eyes bulged in shock. It's not possible for 2 females to get pregnant, right? Twilight panicked. Sunset giggled. Twilight's eyes bulged in shock. It's not possible for 2 females to get pregnant, right? Twilight panicked. Sunset giggled. No. No. That part of engagement for your kind applies to my kind as well. She clarified. Twilight exhaled a long sigh of unadulterated relief. Oh, Twilight exhaled to my kind as well. She clarified. Twilight exhaled a long sigh of unadulterated relief. Oh, thank God. She breathed. Sunset struggling to hold her laugh. Sunset struggling to hold her of unadulterated relief. Oh, thank God. Of unadulterated relief. Oh, thank God. She breathed. Sunset of unadulterated relief. Oh, thank God. Of unadulterated relief. Oh, thank God. She breathed. Sunset struggling to hold her laughter. But you said you engaged for pregnancy only. So, the night we engaged, was that what was on your mind? Sunset giggled yet again. No. While my kind mainly engages for pregnancy purposes, we have an exception in it being for relationship purposes as well. She explained. It's just rare, and fucking torture during the times when females are in heat. Twilight giggled at that, not expecting vampires to have an estrous cycle in similarity to animals. If anything, she'd assumed that it was exact to a human's period. It's just rare, and fucking torture during the times when females are in heat. Twilight giggled at that, not expecting vampires to have an estrous cycle in similarity to animals. If anything, she'd assumed that it was exact to a human's period, but she was wrong. That'll certainly be an interesting experience, if we live that long. Twilight thought to herself. Anyways, if it is...
Okay. Don't know why it does that. Okay, anyways. Automate. No, not automate. Make a new sample. So I need 5.
It's just rare, and fucking torture during the times when females are in heat. Twilight giggled at that, not expecting vampires to have an estrous cycle in similarity to animals. If anything, she'd assumed if we live that long. That'll certainly be an interesting experience if we live that long. Twilight thought to herself. That'll certainly be an interesting experience if we live that long.
Okay. Hang on a second. 5. Turn down delay a little bit more.
That'll certainly be an interesting experience if we live that long. Twilight thought to herself. Anyways, if it isn't our commitment to intercourse, then that'll certainly be an interesting experience if we live that long. That'll certainly be an interesting experience if we live that long.
I'm almost tempted to just put the reverb in and just leave it that.
That'll certainly be an interesting experience if we live that long. That'll certainly be an interesting experience if we live that long.
I think I like that better. Oops. I think I like that better.
That'll certainly be an interesting experience if we live that long. Twilight thought to herself. That'll certainly be an interesting experience if we live that long. That'll certainly be an interesting experience if we live that long. Twilight thought. That'll certainly be an interesting experience if we live that long. Twilight thought to herself.
Can't really tell.
That'll certainly be an interesting experience if we live that long.
Oops. Okay, let me think here for a minute.
That'll certainly be an interesting experience if we live that long. Twilight thought to herself. That'll certainly be an interesting experience if we live that long. That'll certainly be an interesting experience if we live that long.
Oh, I remember what I did. It was like 1.2 or 3, something like that.
That'll certainly be an interesting experience if we live that long. Twilight thought to herself. Anyways, if it isn't our commitment to that'll certainly be an interesting experience if we live that long. Twilight. That'll certainly be an interesting experience if we live that long. Twilight thought to herself.
It's just 1.
That'll certainly be an interesting experience if we live that long.
Can I go lower than that?
That'll certainly be an interesting experience if we live that long.
That's more like it. That's more like it.
That'll certainly be an interesting experience if we live that long. Twilight thought to herself.
Okay, there we go.
Anyways, if it isn't our commitment to that'll certainly be an interesting experience if we live that long. Twilight thought to herself. Anyways, if it isn't our commitment to intercourse, then that'll certainly be an we live that long. Twilight thought to herself.
Excuse me.
Anyways, if it isn't our commitment to intercourse, then what else could it be? Twilight stated. Sunset thought heavily for a minute, but found nothing except one possibility, but it seemed absolutely preposterous. The only other thing aside from that could be that I carry some of your blood in me. Absolutely preposterous. The only other thing aside from that could be that I carry some of your blood in me, but I doubt it. Sunset stated. Twilight didn't think mutually. No, that's actually very possible. Think about it. By carrying a part of me, we are connected by more than just our love, but by my own life supply as well. Sunset stopped and thought, but upon analyzing Twilight's words very vividly, it started to make sense. Could carrying Twilight's blood cause an unintended connection that affected Twilight physically and mentally? You may be right, but I can't be completely sure if it's the actual cause. Sunset finally spoke. Twilight paused in deep thought. Then she found a solution to who might know if this was a possibility. What about your grandmother? Twilight suggested. She is quite experienced with vampiric history, so there is a heavy chance she could be able to know. Sunset winced, a smile meeting her face. That's right! She exclaimed. Why didn't I think of that? Twilight rolled her eyes, standing up and being careful not to fall to assured death. Come on, let's go see if she's awake. Twilight offered. If not, we can always ask in the morning. Sunset rolled her eyes in return. Vampires never sleep, Twilight. Sunset corrected. She's probably in the living room knitting or reading a book. Twilight nodded, unoffended by Sunset's correction. Right. Just get over here and take me down. She commanded softly. Yes, ma'am. Sunset agreed as she stood up and walked over to Twilight's position.
Okay. Find an opening. Let's see here, right there.
Walked over to Twilight's position. Lifting Twilight in her arms, Sunset maneuvered carefully down the ancient mass, finding the window to the provided bedroom and sifting through the opening steadily.
Okay, stop for a minute.
Walked over to Twilight's position. Lifting Twilight in her arms, Sunset maneuvered carefully down the ancient mass, finding the window to the provided bedroom and sifting through the opening steadily.
Okay, so like right here somewhere. Da, 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 da.
Walked over to Twilight's position. Lifting at mass, finding the window to the provided bedroom and sifting through the opening steadily. She lifted Twilight from her arms and onto the floor, Twilight's small and cute feet touching the wooden floor softly. Sunset moved towards the door.
Sunset moved towards the door. That's walking.
Sunset moved.
So like right here.
Sunset moved towards the door, motioning Twilight to follow her, up until they were in the hallway that led to the staircase to the lower floor. Moving down the stairs, they came to just outside the entryway to the living room, a mild humming of a tune just audible enough for the two girls to hear. Entering the living room, Sunset and Twilight came to meet Sunset's living room. Entering the living room, Sunset and Twilight came to meet Sunset's grandmother in her rocking chair, a thick novel resting in her hands. She wasn't pleased to see them in her presence. Shouldn't you two be in bed? She spoke with irritation. Sorry, Grandma, but something potentially important has come up. Sunset confessed. The elderly vampire didn't sway, but upon closing her novel, she seemed open to listening enough. Very well. given you two haven't given me a reason not to listen to anything you have to say, I'll oblige. Sunset nodded, taking a seat on the couch, Twilight following quickly. So, what has come up? Sunset's grandmother questioned. Sunset motioned for Twilight to speak by lightly punching her shoulder, seeing she had managed to come up with the possibility of her strange phenomenon. Twilight followed, clearing her throat. Something strange happened to me today in Sunset's absence of trying to outwit the elites. Twilight confessed. A strange phenomenon that made me experience a sudden urge to cry and get sick that I couldn't shake off. Sunset and I went over what could have caused it, and we could only find one reason as to why, but we aren't sure if it's even possible. She paused to allow Sunset's grandmother to collect everything. Her face spoke nothing, but upon 2 words, Twilight knew she had her interested in listening further. Go on. Twilight nodded, continuing to explain. So, the only possible reason we found was Sunset carrying some of my blood, which we had to take to cure a fatal blow. We think that it's causing an unintended effect with my body that gets worse by separation. Sunset's grandmother winced, clearly interested. It is possible, child, but just like Sunny's golden eyes, such a thing hasn't occurred in centuries. She started, setting the novel on the table. Back in the 1600s, before the First War...
Okay, so like right here. Da, da, da. What is that? What is that track? Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Oh, for fuck's sake. I know. Da, 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 da. 13. Maybe. Just trying to remember what the hell it's called. Da, 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 da. I can hear her playing his stage. Can't. Wait, is it Collapse? Nope. But I'm getting there. Okay, if it's not that one, then is it Identity Crisis? GHI. Bingo. Bingo. That's the one. Okay. Grab this. Pull this down.
Back in the 1600s, before the First War with the humans, such an action was used for torture, instead of infecting the human with venom centuries. She started, setting the novel on the table. Back in the 1600s, before the First War with the humans, centuries. She started, setting the novel on the table. Back in the 1600s, before the First War with the humans, such an action was used for torture. Instead of infecting the human with venom, they'd suck a large amount of blood and leave a human in an isolated prison to suffer the effects for over a month. The vampire would travel a long distance after sucking the blood of the human and remain away for over a month, leaving the human to suffer an unholy wave of sickness, depression, pain, and eventually would lead to suicide. It was a torture method that was banned after making peace with the human race after the vampire and human war ended in a truce. Twilight felt her blood run cold, her face turning ghostly white.
Okay.
Sunset could see that Twilight was too horrified to speak,
Okay,
so
we're
she
getting
spoke
there.
up in her place.
We're getting there.
So, as long as I carry Twilight's blood, she'll suffer those effects when I'm away from her? Sunset questioned. Correct, my dear. Her grandmother clarified. Sunset panicked. horrified at this grim truth. Isn't there a way to reverse it? She pleaded. Couldn't you just extract it from me and dispose of the blood elsewhere? I'm afraid not. Her grandmother confirmed. She said it was to cure a fatal wound, right? Right? Sunset felt her voice die off. Knowing what she was about to hear was nothing good. Then the blood must remain. Her grandmother clarified, sending a sick feeling to Sunset's stomach instantly. When human or animal blood is consumed without use of the venom, the blood remains untainted and doesn't deteriorate. The venom is designed to not only kill or convert our prey, but make the blood we drink break down into waste so it can escape the body. Without the venom, it cannot be remains untainted and doesn't deteriorate. The venom is designed to not only kill or convert our prey, but make the blood we drink break down into waste so it can escape the body. Without the venom, it cannot be broken down, and because untainted human blood was used to heal a fatal injury, if it's removed, the healing effect currently provided by the blood will be gone, and the injury will be fatal once again, eventually leading to your death. I'm sorry, dear, but without her blood in your system, you'll die. Sunset looked to Twilight, her face still ghostly white in horror and tears growing in her violet eyes, then back to her grandmother once again. Then, what can I do, Grandma? She questioned shakily. Her grandmother hung her head. You either have to live with it and keep her close to you at all times, or there is one more alternative, but I don't think you'll like it, Sonny. Sunset had no other options in mind, so she just decided to hear the alternative option, even if she might not like it. Tell me. Sunset clarified, tears starting to escape her own eyes. Her grandmother only sighed heavily, lifting her head to meet Sunset's eyes with her own amber irises. You convert her into one of us.
If only that would have been a little... Oh god, am I gonna have to do magic again? Hey Sophia. So I got really good news today. And it has to do with the server that, Cheating Dawn revolved around. If you remember correct, there isn't... The person who basically voiced... This is what she's more known for. The person who voiced Sweetie Belle in that one. She kind of just went AWOL for a long while. And it actually scared the living shit out of me. Because I didn't know if she was, in trouble or anything. Yeah, I was actually scared for her well-being. But what happened today is on Twitter, I got a follow and I got a message. She is fine. She just had some pretty big bullshit happen to her. She basically got her internet access destroyed. Like, she couldn't access the internet for a long while. So, basically, all over gayness. That is it. I don't know why. Don't ask me.
You'll like it, Sonny.
Okay, so now I gotta find...
Sunset had no other options in mind.
An alternative
so she just
here.
decided to hear the alternative option, even if she might not like it.
Okay, what about right there?
Tell me. Sunset clarified, tears starting to escape her own eyes.
Maybe I can do something like that? I'm so glad that she is okay. Like, when she suddenly just went AWOL, I was like, is she okay? Like, do I have to worry here? Because I could have given a shit less about the art or the project. I was worried for her. That's what I was worried about. You see, I'm not a heartless guy. I'm not heartless. I actually give a fuck. I actually care about other people's well-beings rather than my own. I would rather people be safe than in trouble. Okay. So now I gotta find... Here, let me just go like this. But, yeah. Oh, I am so fucking relieved that she is okay. Because I would have yeah, it just... What the fuck? Whoa, what did I do? What is this? Oh, that's crickets. My bad. Let's see. I'm probably gonna have to make some magic happen here. Let's see here. What does this go to? I think I might be able to do something right there. Let me see if I just can't maneuver this. Okay, so if I can get this little point right here, cut that. Of course, you're not going to make it easy on me. Let's see if that does the trick. Okay, what am I doing? Oh, okay, I see what we're doing. Okay, get rid of that. Go back over here. Go back, get this thing. See if this does the trick. Hopefully it does. This sounds wonky. Uh-oh.
Sunset clarified, tears starting to escape her own eyes. Her grandmother only sighed heavily, lifting her head to meet Sunset's eyes with her own amber irises. Tell me. Sunset clarified, tears starting to escape her own eyes.
Nope, I don't hear a difference.
Her grandmother only sighed heavily, lifting her head to meet Sunset's eyes with her own amber irises. You convert her into one of us.
Okay. Volume. Let's see if we can't do something like this. These are always so tedious. Because this is like the ending, so... This is part 3. This part 2's done. Part 2's done. I just have it privated right now so that I don't have to worry about YouTube being a dumbass.
You convert her into one of us.
That's good. That's good. I think that's good. So just cut that. Get rid of this. What the heck is that? What? Gibberish. I'm so excited for this to be released. I don't know what FR stands for. You're talking to a guy who's not very cultured with the memes of today. The internet slang, the shit. Okay. I don't know if I'm really happy with the part with promise, but holy guacamole, that's a lot of shit. Where are you hiding? Very good question. Yeah, she's fine. I am so relieved. Like, that took a ton of stress off my shoulders. This part, is this promise?
It grew into a romance and bloomed into a marriage. Upon their...
Okay. The one where I wanted to look was this last one. So, let's see here. It's the one right before investigations. Here? Like right here?
She didn't just kill him. No. He had to pay the ultimate price. She tied him to why this tale was so important.
Okay.
No vampire, besides the very first,
That's
is a
fine.
pureblood. It happened for a reason. What if history is repeating to repair what happened all those decades ago?
This is
The
where...
very first vampire is an example that it is possible for humans and vampires to be united.
I think it works fine, but I could be wrong. I don't know. I know you guys really don't care. Like, honestly, I don't think you care. You just care for, like, the narration.
Her grandmother got up from her rocking chair, sitting her tea down on the side table, and walked to where Sunset sat.
Oh, okay, that's what that is. Then there's the moonlight. Okay, that's to the next part. Then the investigations part. Oh my god, that part's funny. Sunset gets a little bit of a lesson.
Pain met her instantaneously, a blow being thrown to her abdomen.
Okay, that's fine.
You
Fine. I'm just making sure everything is fine and dandy. We don't want problems. And so far, so good. Alright, I think we're good. At least right now we are, anyway. So just export it. Savior chapter 8 full. God fucking mix. Am I missing anything? I don't think so. No. Part 3 is gonna be fucking long. Because this is a 46-minute file right here. Yesterday's was like a 30-something minute, I believe. And the one before that, I think, is 29. So if you just do the math, 3, 4, 5... Estimation, about an hour and 40-something minutes. On estimation. The second part will be coming out on Valentine's Day. Because it fits. Yeah, that's right. But I think before I record for the last 3 chapters, I'm going to take a little mini break. Because I'm good for a minute. Because this won't be coming out until March. So, yeah. 1 release per month. And it's only going to be 4 parts long because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's only 4 parts long. But still. But yeah, the next part's going to be very romantic. That's why it's being released on Valentine's Day. Fun part. But yep, I'm so happy to hear that Lullaby is okay. Because she was literally worrying me because I didn't know if anything bad had happened to her. Or, I don't know. But see, I have a heart. I'm not some creator who just get your shit done and get out. You know, I'm not like that. I actually give a fuck about other people other than myself. I'd rather other people be safe before a project is even done. Safety always comes first as much as health does. So yeah. That's why when she was like apologizing to me, I'm so sorry I didn't get the stuff done. I'm like, fuck the project. I'm more worried about you. Reality always comes first before some stupid project. Yes, yes, we worked our asses off on it, but I'd rather have people safe rather than me just putting together a project. The project can wait. But yeah, that puts a humongous relief on my shoulders. Do I already follow her? No, I do not, apparently. This must be a new account. Oops. So I'll give her a follow. So yeah. I'm a director with a heart. I don't force people to do shit unless they want to do it. I mean, Lullaby goes beyond cheating Dawn. Like I said before, I think the first thing, if I remember correct. Wait a minute. Who did Pinkie Pie want to play? I'm legit trying to remember. Wanna plays Pinkie Pie. God damn it. I don't remember, actually. So let me look that up real quick. If I remember correct, I don't think it was Fluffy, because Fluffy basically had told me to go shit myself by that time. Which I don't care. But, oh shit. Play MLP Grimdark. Hey, we come up first. Sweet. Oh, Lily played her? Did Lily play her? Romance Writer of Yellow Rules and Lily Leaf. It was Lily. Hey, it was an L. Come little children, I'll take thee away. But if I remember correct, I think she was, I think her first one was the double, because she played Sweetie Belle and Pinkie Pie. If I remember correct. Because I cannot remember. But I know she played for that one for sure. Then there was, Rarity's New... Not Rarity's New Patterns. Rarity's Lucky Charm. And what else? But the point is, we've been friends for a long while. So of course I'm always concerned for her well-being. It just goes beyond that. Wait, what? Wait, what? Huh? I did not put chapters on this, so who put chapters on this? What? Hang on, I'm a little confused. This thing has chapters on it, but I never put chapters on it. That's the thing. Can someone else do that? Shut up. Okay, that was odd. But yeah. Well, if I just look up... I don't know if she'd come up or not. Lullaby VA. Let's see if she just comes up. Of course not. Okay, Cheating Dawn. Why does it come up there? Maybe she voiced in it? I don't know. Didn't she play in that one? Yeah, she did. She played in Grogar, Scribbler's version. Oh, duh. She played in The Burden of a Huntress. She played, Weiss. She wasn't a voice actor last year, was she? She was not. I don't think so. Nope. No, she wasn't. Because the main characters were Sunset, Twilight, and Celestia. Not seeing anything else. But yeah, the point is that our friendship goes beyond just cheating done. We've been friends for years. Like, we haven't talked a lot and all that stuff, but we're still friends. She's a good voice actor and a good artist. So, I love the girl. I mean, I don't love her as in, relationship love. God, no. I love her as, a friend. But yeah, so much stress gone just knowing that. Yeah. Now, the question is, do I want to try rendering it or just do the visuals and have Mark help me? It would probably be better that way. Well, if that's the case... Because VideoPet does not want to play nice. So if I just render the visuals... I'd have to match them up to where they would, yeah, I'd have to match it up to where... Or... Oh god, I hate to do it that way. Well, then for that, I'd have to do it in Audacity. Poor Audacity. I've done it before, haven't I? Pretty much. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm going to first render the audio full, like the full entire audio file. Then I am going to render the visuals. Hopefully this doesn't kill anything, because it potentially can. I have to open Audacity regardless. This is practically the easiest part. I just need the render to go right and not wrong. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to first check chapter 8, just to make sure everything's fine. Like from looking at me right now, I may not look like I care, but I absolutely care for people's well-beings. That's why I like during any project that isn't on a time crunch, I always tell them, if you've got like a sickness or health problems or someone died or, something big, you are allowed to take time off. Don't worry about the project or getting it done in time. Take time off if you need to. It doesn't bother me. I would rather you work, when you're not under grief and stuff like that. My subs can wait. They've been pretty patient already, so I'm sure another day or another week isn't going to hurt them. But things like health, family problems, anything that's in real life that really requires time off, yes, I will allow you the time off. You don't have to worry about it. Just as long as it's not an excuse to procrastinate, then I'd get mad. Because a director's job is to lead the team and to what's the word? To lead the team and to, be the best role model for the team. To trust the team, to let them do their job as much as you doing your job. Or to let you do your job as much as I'm doing mine. That's literally what my job is. So, of course, it's my job to make sure you're okay, that you are at your best efforts, and to be absolutely sure you're going to be okay throughout the entire thing. Okay, looking at the waves, it doesn't look like it's problematic at all, so I could be wrong though. Let's just scroll through, make sure everything's fine. Like I've said before, it's pretty easy to spot a mistake. See how it's all evenly distributed? Minus this. That's just a move to the next part though.
To her rocking chair, and she took another long sip of her tea.
Yeah, that's fine. There's a pause here. So that makes sense. But everything else is evenly distributed. It's spaced evenly. If you don't see that, that's a problem. Was that part really that short?
Forget them for as long as she...
Yep. What is that?
It wasn't because of seeing Twilight's bare form. It was due to the fact...
Okay, that's fine. But you see how everything is even and evenly spaced and clean? If you see something irregular out of that, normally that means something's wrong. And it doesn't look like there's anything wrong with it, so that's a good sign. So since that's imported already, I'm just going to import everything else. Audio. So I don't need FL open anymore, I don't think. I need 6 next. 6. 5. Okay. I'm just making sure I'm getting the right chapters. Full mix. Yep, 4 and 5 is the romantic one. 6, 7, and 8, yep. So we're going to try and render all of the audio here so that I can just make the files and then line them up with the visuals and have my friend Mark help me out with the visuals, or to kind of render it, because he's got better rendering stuff than I do. I'm not taking the chance with VideoPad. VideoPad fucked me over last time. It had problems, so I'm not taking that risk. So I better message Mark. I'll need your help rendering part, if I can spell, part 3. I'll make it easy. Okay, so that's chapter 6. Now I need chapter 7. Import audio. Full mix. Okay, so that's chapter 7. Okay, you get chapter 7, Control C, delete this. Just do it one at a time. Get chapter 8, Control C. No. Come on, Audacity, don't do this to me. Fuck off. Let me guess, Audacity's gonna have a flippin' stroke. Because it can. Control C. Remove that. Okay. Just scroll right on down here. Now we're just gonna get the audio so that it matches. Well, so that it matches up with how I want it to sound. That way I don't have to do any deletes or anything like that later on. What am I doing? So how long is this? It is an hour and 44 minutes long. Holy crap. Well, we're about to take off about probably 3 seconds each, so it should be fine. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to go to the cuts. If Audacity will quit being a spastic bitch that won't fucking cooperate. It's just struggling. It's just saying that this is a lot. You're putting me through a lot. Well, you know what? I don't care. So, work. Oh my god, please and thank you. There we go. Wait, what? Oh, there we go. Okay, it was being a duke. A doof. A duke? No, a doof. Okay, so now I gotta get this to match up.
And hair dye.
Okay. So there's the end of that one. That's about where we wanted to start. Alright. Hopefully that's not too much. Shouldn't be.
Chapter 7. Escape.
Let me see if this might do the trick.
Aye. Chapter 7. Escape.
There we go. That's more like it. Okay, I need to be able to see. Okay, that's where we just was. I need to be able to... Okay. Now let's get this more on point. So like right there. See if that does the trick.
It's good to see you too, Grandma. She greeted sweetly. Chapter 8. Truths Untold and Horrors Unseen.
Okay, then that should be the whole thing. Control A. Explore as MP3. Save your part 3. Full audio. This will take a minute. This will definitely take a minute. We probably just took about 9 seconds off of it, so we're still probably about an hour and 42 no, but we're still probably about an hour and 44 minutes in. Longest part so far. And I gotta do the visuals. Fun times. So I'm gonna have to go through the processing stage of like the audio processing and all that shit, but that's not that bad. Because I need to have I need to have a proper roadmap and not just guessing. But I guess it's gonna be about an hour and 45 minutes long with my intro added, because the intro's about 40 something seconds long. Something along those lines. Alright, that shouldn't be that bad. Okay, well, while that's exporting, I'm gonna go get a drink.
there.
11 minutes. 11 minutes. So what to do? Well, let's see. How about we check YouTube first? Oh my god, another flipping update? Oh, I swear. 25 minutes, 25:14. How can you not see the problem rarity? And yeah, that's exactly what Twi is to Spike. She hatched him, she raised him, and it is her job to protect him. Okay. Apparently I don't remember this part of the story. I remember Rarity goes to talk to Spike or something. But no. Fuck.
If this is a dream, please don't wake me
Wait a
up.
minute.
Start reading Eternal Nocturnal now.
Can I really remove the ads, please? YouTube Premium. I knew it was too good to be true. Okay, let's see here. Where is that comment? There it is.
I'm sorry, Twilight dear, but I'm still not seeing the same problem that you are. Forgive me if I sound rude, but from my perspective, all I can see is a mother trying to deal with her rebellious son. I stare back at the other mirror in disbelief.
Oh, this part. Yeah, when Spike goes all AWOL on Twilight, basically, I'm too good for you, Twilight. I'm a dragon, you're a pony. I'm turning into Garble now. How long is it from now? About a month. Yeah, I won't put that up for until probably. How many days are in this goddamn month? I never can remember the months, can I? January, I think there's 31. This is one thing I never was good at in school. Remembering the months, like how many days are in the months. I don't know. I'll put it out sometime. Probably on the 7th of January.
My mouth flapping uselessly as I struggle to find a response. I actually take a moment to play everything I've told Rarity back in my head and realize she's right. I do sound like a concerned mother, and I can't even deny it. The truth is, in some ways, that's exactly what I feel like. The realization does nothing to deter me from my suspicions, but I make a mental to tweak my explanation so I'm taken more seriously when I write my letter to Princess Luna. A sigh snaps me out of my thoughts, and I focus back on Rarity, just in time to see her shut off her machine and fully turn.
Oh, I need to fix something real quick. Because on part 2 I used a specific track, and I need to credit it correctly. Let's see here. So for that, the one I can think of with that in it, it's like conflicts between Dusk and Twilight. So let's go there. Oh, I don't need to go. I don't. Oh my god. I don't need to go there. I need to go here. And I need to find where it is. Content. Conflicts. Come on, bitch. Thank you. Tell everybody's on the fight. They're pumping us with lies like it's formaldehyde. We're dead inside. It goes on and on. Let this go. When it stops, we'll never know we're hypnotized. Okay, copy that. Need to go. Oh my god, are you done yet? Need to go to the next part. And I need to fix that. Audio. Paste. There we go. Yeah, sure, I'll keep that credit in there. Why not? Some spacings between these. Okay, I think that's good to save. Even though the time is going up, it's normal. It does this with longer files. It'll go. It'll go. Because if you notice, this is going down, that's going up. It's just a bug with Audacity. I don't know why it does this, but it does. It just basically gets tired of counting down, so it counts up. I don't know. Ask the developers. I remember something like this happening a long time ago. I don't even remember what the hell it was for. But I was rendering an audio and it did the same thing and it basically finished. I'm like, oh, okay, I guess it just bugged. I don't know, guys. It's just Pepsi. It's nothing like bourbon. Don't worry. Nope, I'm not a drinker of that shit. Blech. Never have been a fan of bourbon. My dad used to drink it. Blech. I'll never forget it. When my dad would go to work, he'd take like this big jug, like this huge jug, and he'd put Diet Pepsi in it. Well, me and my sister were mischievous little shits. What we would do is we would grab the mug and we'd drink it all before he had a chance to go to work. So, his solution? Put bourbon in it. Take just like a little shot glass like of bourbon, throw it in, and see how the kids react to that. Well, we never touched it again. I remember when I took a sip of it, I spat it out and I was just, yeah. The thing is, we didn't intend to drink it all. It just happened to happen. Like, we didn't do it on purpose. We just were thirsty and we took a drink and, well, we just happened to drink it all. But Dad solved the problem pretty quickly. Good times. I'll never forget when the freaking dog got freaking drunk. This wasn't intended either. What happened? Okay, we just barely bought our teacup poodle, Tinker. What ended up happening was, I think how does the story go? My dad spilled some heavy alcohol on the ground outside. And Tinker, being a puppy, she didn't know better. She just starts licking it. She just starts licking it up. Because she just thinks it's something to lick up. So she does. And, well, not long after, she's walking sideways and she's just drunk. I have seen a dog drunk. It can flipping happen. It's hilarious to watch, but it's so cruel. Because she's running into the stairs, she's walking sideways, it's funnier than fuck, but it's also cruel. Oh, that poor dog. It wasn't intended, it was just an accident. Because we turned her, we didn't even know she was outside. We turn, we see the dog freaking drinking, or not drinking, but licking up the alcohol off the ground. Whoops. And, well, she's walking sideways and running into stuff, and let's just say she had an early night that night. You know how most puppies, when you first bring them home, they yap and yap and yap at night, you know, when you're going to sleep? She didn't make a peep that night. She was flat out hungover. Oh, that was funny. Would I do that to a dog intentionally? No, I wouldn't. It wasn't even me that spilled it, because I was too young, guys. I was like, if I had to take a wild guess, I was probably, 8, 7 at the time. That dog lived to be, I think she was 15 or 14. Then she died of heart disease. That was 2 years ago, I believe. See, it's finished. Though it is always important to actually check the file. Because you just never flippin' know. Alright, let's just open a new file. I just want to be absolutely sure. Import audio. But that's one of the many stories that I could tell you guys. And YouTube, I wouldn't do that to a dog intentionally, so calm your fucking waters, please. It was a complete accident. It's no different than people getting those freaking squirrels. Oh god, what is it that they feed them? And it makes them like drunker than fuck. It's a special kind of like nut or something, like berries, like a certain kind of berry or something like that. It makes them drunker than hell. It's no different than that, YouTube, so calm down. Me personally, never been drunk. I've been buzzed. And it was honestly on complete accident. What happened was, well, my sister, we were over my sister's one night. I can't remember what it was for. I think it was somebody's birthday, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was either my sister's or my mom's birthday, if I'm not mistaken. Well, my sister gives me some, Mike's Hard Lemonades. And if you don't know these things, if you don't even read the label or anything like that, or know these things are alcoholic, they don't taste like an alcoholic drink. They taste like a freaking sweet drink. So here I am, heavy soda drinker, and, well, I drink one. That's not enough to get you drunk. I drink two. And I drank the second one way too quickly. I drank it way too fast. Yeah. Sparrow was just a little teeny bit buzzed. I couldn't walk a straight line. Like, I was still fully visible of what I was doing, but it basically was like right there on the edge between sober, drunk, sober, drunk. It's right there in the middle. It's buzzed. Well, I slept well that night, let me tell you. That's why I drink alcohol very carefully now. My parents make fun of me for it. Like, the last thing that I drank was a pina colada. And I drank one, but my mom thought I was raising her. No, I wasn't raising her. She freaking she didn't get wasted that night, but she got drunk. We were playing Name That Tune, and she was a hoot and holler that night. Yeah. And I've heard so many stories of my mom in her youth, you know, doing shots and stuff. I'm so glad I never got that trait. Like, very early in life, guys, I swore to never smoke or drink or do drugs. I swore it. Now, by drinking, I mean, you know, how I drink freaking soda pop. Like, every single day, 2 to 3 cans. Well, I don't drink that much soda pop anymore, but you get what I mean. Like, profusively, like, consuming it crazily, like, profusely. That's what I mean. That's what I mean by drinking. Having a beer every once in a while is not a bad thing. In fact, there's people that actually drink wine before they go to bed because it helps your blood. One, though. Just one. Drinking them like 10 cans at a time, or, you know, profusely like they're freaking soda pop. Yeah, not a good thing. Definitely not a good thing. That's why I don't know how some people can drink and drink and drink. It just boggles my mind. Well, everything looks fine. Man, that's pretty damn low. What is that?
In her tea with sorrow. I see. She started simply. Sunset knew she had nothing to worry. Signature tea, mortal?
Seems fine. I'm not seeing any abnormal shit going on. And again, I could be wrong. I don't think there's anything wrong, but I could be wrong. Okay. Nope, I'd spot it. I'd spot it very, very easily. It's not there. Okay, so that's done. No. We've already got the full audio, so we don't need to worry about it. Okay, close Audacity. I need to renew video pad because of the stupid trial. I don't need this anymore. But yeah, I could tell you guys some pretty crazy stories. Like how I nearly died on a freaking mountain. You want to talk scary? Yeah, it was pretty fucking scary. Very scary. Because there was really nothing that I could do in the whole situation. Potentially, basically what happened was I nearly died to a seizure. Because this was right after I found out that it was not right after, but wasn't long after I had found out I had epilepsy. Like maybe was this before my my surgery? My surgery was in 2006, I think. Just do the math. I want to say it was 2006. No, it was 2005. I think. God, fucking brain. No, it couldn't have been. It couldn't have been 2005 because, well, when I had my surgery, was August. So August had already passed. Because I remember the day when I remember perfectly the day when I found out that I had epilepsy. August 31st. Or not August 31st. October 31st. Halloween has a very big connection to me, guys, for some stupid reason. I don't know why. That was one of the worst Halloweens for me, I'll tell you that. But so yeah, it had to have been 2006. But I have to think hard about that one. I don't think that was after. I think that was before I found out I had epilepsy. No, not after. Before I had my surgery. So basically, me and my dad. Oh, hang on. That it had to have been after my thing because that was the hunting season, right? Yeah, it was October. So I wasn't bald because if I had my thing, it had to have been the year after then. That couldn't have been in 2006 at all. Unless I'm just mistaken something. No, that would have been right after if that was the case. No, couldn't have been. So that had to have been 2007 then. But long story short, this was like right after my stuff. It had to have been after my surgery. But basically, we were up on a mountain. It was the elk hunting season. We were up on a mountain, and there's this flat ridge. Like, there's this crazy fucking road you gotta go up that goes whoosh, straight up. We went up on a four-wheeler. And it comes out onto this flat ridge. And right on this flat ridge, there is a hill that goes down. And there's not much room. Like, you have trees behind you and the ridge. Me and my dad are standing at the top of this ridge. And we're calling out elk. Basically, we are, like, blowing the calls and everything. And right below us, we can see, like, this patch of trees and these, like, brown spots coming out, which are elk. What happened was, okay, this is how fast a seizure can happen. 1 minute I was there. Then right before I knew it, I was going in and out. Because what happened was I went into a would that be a grand mal? That was I think that one was that counts as a grand mal. Because I'd fallen and I started doing somersaults down this ridge. It was happening way too fast. So here I am in and out of consciousness, trying to figure out I'm falling to my death, basically, because there's the ridge, and and my dad's yelling at me, reach for something. So I'm in and out of consciousness. So I hear, like, my dad say, grab some, like that. So somehow, some way, I'm trying to reach out for, like, a bush or something. But, yeah, I'm not grabbing anything. So what my dad did, threw his gun. He didn't care at this point. This is like me with the director's thing. He didn't care anymore. He just went after me. He threw his gun, and he went after me, because if he hadn't caught me, I was dead. 110%, I was dead. Because I'm not kidding you, from this ridge, whoosh, it's a straight plummet. It's a straight plummet to that little opening below. That's it. I would have been dead. So, essentially, my dad got to me right, not kidding, not even a yard left of that ridge. Yeah, I owe my dad my goddamn life for that. Not only that, someone was looking after me that day. This is why I believe in God. Because I've had so many occurrences in my life that are not coincidental. They may seem like a coincidence, but they are not. I know for a fact, they aren't. It's nuts. I just remember coming out of that and crying, and I'm like, 1, confused, 2, completely relieved, 3, thankful that I'm still alive. That's how fast a seizure can kill you. If I was up there on my own, I'd been gone. I was done. And if I would have somehow miraculously survived, I would have probably been paralyzed and fucked up for life. That's how fast life can change in a flash. Anyways. So yeah. This was long before Pony, before fan fiction, before anything like that. Because, well, Sparrow was trying to figure out what the fuck was going on with his life. Because, well, I didn't really know, this epilepsy. I was trying to figure out this epilepsy. What the hell is it? What does it do to me? How can I combat this? It's been a long climb. Let me tell you guys that. It has been a long flipping climb trying to figure this out. What am I looking for? Oh, I know what I'm looking for. Right here. So it just goes to show you guys, be thankful for life. Don't take life for granted because it can end in a flash. If my dad weren't there, I'd been gone. I would have been completely dead. The chances of survival would have been like not even 0.000000001%. I mean, I know it's possible, but the chances of it happening are very slim. This is why I try my hardest not to take life for granted, and I try to just live my life as happily as possible. I'm not making buku bucks or, very well known outside of the pony fandom, but who fucking cares? I'm happy. I breathe, I eat, I sleep just like every other human being. So I'm thankful for the life I have right now. Oh shit, I forgot to, god damn it. Forgot to reinstall it. Fuck. Well, I guess what I can do here is go like this. No, it's not worth it because I'd have to reprocess the file. I forgot, I have to uninstall it first. Can't just install it. Duh. I was wondering why it was so goddamn easy. Not to mention the bees incident. I was over at my cousin's house and we were going down a slide into a swimming pool, and before I knew it, I was swarmed by frickin' bees for days. The entire hive got me everywhere, basically. Even inside of my mouth. So yeah, not a fun time. But my dad, like I said, my dad is the one who always acts. He, okay. Let me explain, uninstall. Let me explain, like, how this house was built. Okay, my parents, where are they in the house at this time at my cousin's house? They're on a, They're on a back porch that's up on the second floor. Second floor. Keep that in mind. Well, my dad hears me scream bloody murder, and all of a sudden, and what does he do? He goes over the railing and runs. He goes over the railing on the second one, and very carefully works himself down onto the ground and runs to my safety. I just remember him basically yelling at me to go down the slide because, well, bees don't like water. And after that, it's a blur. Like, it's a major blur. I remember getting freaking covered in mud because that's one way to take the swelling down on bee stings. And I don't remember if these were bees, hornets, yellow jackets, whatever. I just remember bzzz, that's all I remember. But I went down into the swimming pool and immediate relief. My dad pulled me out, took me over, turned the freaking hose on, and just soaked the ground. Then he just worked on rubbing me down like lotion with freaking mud. I don't remember going to the hospital. I don't remember being in the hospital. I don't remember anything beyond that point. I remember the mud, and that is it. What am I doing? Oh, I'm installing. So, yeah, that could have been life-threatening. I don't know if you heard the last story, Judd, but yeah, it's pretty scary. It's a perfect example of how easily a seizure can take your life in no less than a second. Also, welcome back. But basically, the story is I was hunting with my dad, and, well, basically what happened was, hang on, open project. I need to go to, where the hell are you hiding? Oh, S, duh. There you are. I like Diet Coke and Diet Pepsi. Not a fan of Coke, but anyways, the story goes like this. Okay, up on this mountain, there's this road that goes up. It's muddy, it's disgusting. Me and my dad rode up it on a four-wheeler, got to the top, and there's a road that goes out onto this flat ridge. And then there's this fall. Like, there's this ridge, the trees in the back, and then the ridge straight down. Well, it's curved, not straight down, it's curved. Well, I'm standing there with my dad, and we're looking down into, you know, a clearing at the bottom. And we're calling out the elk, because we're elk hunting. And we see all these tiny little, like, brown dots coming out of trees below, which that's a herd of elk, basically. And, well, before I knew it, I was looking down there, and all of a sudden, here I am going down the hill. Like, no shit. I was just standing there, and all of a sudden, now I'm doing somersaults down this ridge. And let me explain, the end of this ridge is just a straight plummet. Plummet to death. So, I went into a seizure completely unknowingly. And before I know, and all I can hear is my dad yelling to grab something. You want to talk scary and life, you know, just trying to find something in the moment. Like, okay, in the seizure, I'm hearing my dad like this. Grab, stop. Like, it's in, out, in, out, in, out. Because I'm in and out of consciousness. I tried, and somehow I heard him, and I managed, and I'm trying to reach out and grab like a sagebrush or something like that. I can't get to anything. So what does my dad do? He throws his flipping gun and goes. He just dives. So he runs after me, and manages to get to me, and I'm not, I kid you not, even less than a foot from plummet. Like, my feet were literally touching the edge. So, not only do I owe my dad my goddamn life, but that just goes to show how fast your life can go in an instant. How fast a seizure can take your life. It can happen. And that's how fast it can happen. It's scary as shit. Like, people think seizure is just no, it's much, much more than that. Much more. Anybody who thinks a seizure is just that, you don't know your shit. You don't know shit about epilepsy. You don't know shit about a seizure. An epileptic seizure and a regular seizure are different. A seizure is scary. It can hurt you, potentially kill you. But an epileptic seizure, let me tell you what it can do to you. It can cause you to hit your head on something because you're completely unconscious. You can have brain damage done. It's that easy. And in that case, if it weren't for my dad that day, I would have been fucked. I would have been dead. This was long before Pony, fan fiction, anything. Oops. This was right, this was this had to have been a year after my surgery. We had figured out, it can't be cured. It had me on some, medication to help. But, it's not foolproof. So yeah, scary times. Do you see my comment? Depends on which one. Oh, hey Fluttershy, I saw your comment earlier. The one to do with let me make sure I'm getting the right one. Yeah, the one, it was either the one on Let Her In or the one on I'll Be Watching You. I really appreciate it, though. I work my butt off. I don't know which comment you're talking about. The one about Diet Coke, or is there one that's hidden? So I gotta wait for that to process, and that'll take a minute, but yeah, it's flipping scary times because that's how fast a seizure can take your life in an instant. And you have no way of stopping it. Like, I was in and out of consciousness the entire time, and I just know someone up there was watching me that day. That's why I believe in God. I know there's a God because there's been too many times in my life when it can't be a coincidence. That one was scary. I like Diet Coke and Diet Pepsi. I'm not really a Coke fan. I like Pepsi though. Diet Pepsi ain't that bad. I'll drink it if I'm desperate for like a Coke or like a Pepsi. I used to think that Coke and Pepsi were the same thing, but they're not. Oh shit. Oh shit, did I, no, it shouldn't be linked. Oh, there's the visuals. Okay, gotcha. Let me get that out of the way. This thing up here. Okay, now it disappeared again. There it is. Okay, you just go away, please. You tried your hardest to screw me over, but nope, not happening. What is that? Oh, I see. Okay, I need to fix that because we're going to be doing visuals here in a minute. I'm just going to be doing it a simple way. So then my friend Mark can help me later on. So while that's processing, I'm going to just do this thing. 3. Okay. So yeah, I'm just waiting for this to process to 100%, then I can start making a roadmap. So let me actually get the cursor in the right spot, like about right there. When does this end? I don't know. I need to be able to see here. There we go. Okay, I need to zoom in a little bit more than that. I'm just using the audio as a roadmap. That's all I'm using it for. So, what about right there? Okay. Really, bitch? Hang on, I just want to be a butt. Okay, hang on. Zoom in. That way I can see a little better. Maybe that'll do. Yeah, I would say so. See how fast that transitions.
Savior. Written by Sparrow9642.
Stop. Let's get in the right spot first. Son of a bitch. I did not say that. I don't know. It's being a butt. I mean, it really doesn't matter. Honestly, it does not. So I'm just gonna do this kind of thing. Okay, so now I need to figure out what I need to do visualize over here. Okay, so now I need to put the cursor like right there. Excuse me. There's the to be continued thing. And there's the, what is this? Oh, that ain't needed. We don't need that. I said we don't need that. Fuck. There we go. Okay, we're gonna need that. So let's just kind of stick that up there for a minute. Okay, let's just zoom out a little bit. Okay, I have no idea where we're going here. Let's figure out where we're going here.
Even if she might not like it. Tell me.
Oh, shit.
Sunset clarified. Tears starting to escape her own eyes. Her grandmother only sighed heavily, lifting her head to meet Sunset's eyes with her own amber irises. You convert her into one of us.
So, like, right there? I don't know, it's hard to determine. I think that needs to go for just a little bit more before I can do that. Okay, now I need to get the first scene. Not OBS in my face, thank you. I said not OBS in my face, thank you. Okay, I need you first. Skip over here. Let's see if this does the trick. Actually, no, it doesn't. Seriously. You crashed, so help me God. Thank you. Just please move out of my way for a minute. Okay, so here's the final line. So, like, right... I'd say about right there. Crossfade. Need to be able to see what I'm doing here. That's 4 seconds. So, maybe about right there.
Her into one of us.
Nope, needs to go back more. I didn't say. Alright, let's see if this does the trick.
One of us.
This will probably do the trick. Fade to black. Wait, no, I can just do fade. Right? Sure. Yeah, I can do that. Okay, so it's almost instantaneously. Yeah, when this thing doesn't want to play nice, it just kind of gets annoying. That'll work. Okay, now I need the to be continued thing. Which, where are you hiding? There you are. Clear over here. No, I didn't say. Oh my god. Okay, you want to be a bugger today. No, not. Oh my god. There you are. Come here. Okay, now I need to figure out where I'm going here. To be continued. Or is it technically concluded? I think it's concluded now. Right? Next trip. Yeah, it is concluded. So I need to finish, so I need to fix that. Concluded. Set. Come on, knock it off. Quit being a bugger. Okay. Okay, now I need to get a timestamp for the beginning. Let's see here. We need to zoom out. Go over here. Now I need to figure out where the audio actually starts. Really? You're supposed to connect with the cursor, not over here. Oh my god, I swear. Can I please just see? Thank you. Okay, audio file starts at around 38.869. Where's the paper? Six, 9. Not pretty, but whatever. Okay. So now I can just delete this. And of course you're gonna be a fucking dick. Can I just do this? Let's see. Okay, what I've got to do is something like this then. No! You son of a bitch. Ah, I swear. I hate when this thing does not want to play nice. Okay, how about I do this then? No! Oh my god. Do not understand why it just won't stick to the track. Actually, what if I did something like this? Can I cheat? Can I make this thing just listen to me and not be a butt? God. Ha! Bitch. Okay, can't do that. So that's gonna have to stay. The track is hidden anyway, so it doesn't need to be. Yeah. Ha! Bitch. Okay, so this is just visuals. Actually, it would be visuals with the intro. So, let's see here. Video file. Shut up. I know. let's do it like this. Visuals. Oh, god damn it. Forgot. Video file. Visuals. For real. Visuals file. Sure. Okay, so we don't want a custom. We want that one. That's where we wanted to go. That's right. Yep, I think we're good to go. Oh. Yeah, cancel that one. We don't need that one. Cancel. Okay. That was fun. And now we wait. Thanks. Tomiku did the art. One of my most trusted and favorite artists. And it should be a pretty quick render because this is only visuals. There's no audio in it, so it should be rather quickly. Hang on. There's one more thing I need to check, just to make sure there's nothing on this line. The visuals are on another line, right? Or up. Hang on a second. This shouldn't hurt anything, so don't worry about it. As long as it's on a track where you can see them. Yeah, fine. Okay, export should be fine then. So yeah, this should be rather quick. So what I need to do is I need to go to my drive, upload that audio file, should have plenty of room for it. Need to see if Mark got back to me. Not yet. He's probably at work. Because he's not streaming. Da, 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 da. Yeah, I really don't care. So I'm gonna need that, and I'm gonna need the visuals. Then my friend Mark's gonna help me with the final render. Thunder rolls. So that's where that came from. Alright. Just better double check, make sure everything is fine. It should be. It's an upload. Is it too big? Seeds that whatever, play it. It's an audio file, for fuck's sake.
While you may or may not be doing the right thing,
Yep, we're fine.
you must accept that there are certain things that are.
Yep, we're fine. We're fine. Sweet. Sweet. But I like doing this because you guys get to see how this shit is put together and how much work goes into it. I mean, this isn't the most work I've done, but it's still a lot of goddamn work. This is like putting together a process of a process of elimination. Basically 3 big audio files in one. Which, for those wondering when the hell that next part's coming, I have no idea. So don't ask me. It's up to the author, not me. It's up to the author to basically decide that because it's their story. So they're working at their pace, not mine. And I'm just allowing them the time because, well, it's their story, so I have no say. Plus, I want the story to be as good as it can possibly be. So there you go. It's cute. After all, I make this shit for you guys, so. Yep. It's like someone on the last part, well, the first part, basically stated this. I really wish you would do the voices. I really wish that you wouldn't do all the voices and characters and would hire female VAs. Listen, bitch, it's my fucking channel. It's my stuff. I will do what I wish. Plus, it's been that way since 2019, so if you're new to the plate, I suggest you get acquainted really quickly. And if you get mad that I called you out, what the fuck ever. It's my channel. It's my stuff. I'll do what I wish. Plus, I don't think you realize how hard it is to find VAs, especially for Sunset. It's not just post this on like Casting Call Club and you're guaranteed. No, it's literally a chance. You have just as much % chance as anybody else looking for VAs. Plus, it's faster, it's easier, and it's funner for me because I get to actually do stuff. I love voice acting. I love narrating this stuff. It's a lot of fun, gives me experience, and yeah, if you don't like it, there's the door. Sorry if you can't handle a guy doing girl voices, but one of the most popular audiobook narrators out there, I forgot his name. Something Glass. I know it's Glass. Stephen Glass, I think is what his name is. No, or am I thinking the guy that did the plagiarism? I don't know. The guy that does the audiobook narration for the Harry Potter series, he did girl voices in his narrations, and he's one of the most well-known audiobook narrators out there. I just happen to have forgotten his name. But it's like Stephen Glass or something like that. Stephen Glass.
According to Wikipedia, Stephen Randall Glass is an American former journalist and paralegal.
See that? That is the guy. Wow, where the hell did that memory come from? Who narrated the Harry Potter audiobook series?
Jim Dale.
Jim Dale.
According to TechCrunch, if you've ever tried to buy the Harry Potter audiobooks, you probably
Google,
noticed
stop.
something kind of tricky. There are two very different versions.
Shut up.
Here's the definition of shut up. Close all doors and windows of a building or room, typically because it will be unoccupied for some time.
Does it actually? Google, shut up. It just brings up search options. But listen, you got a problem with me doing what I want to do? Fuck off. I don't care. You can either support me for what I do and you know who I am, or don't. I don't care. This is my channel, my rules. I've been doing this since 2019. A process of elimination has me voicing all the characters, so I don't know where the hell the comment came from. This is nothing new. I only bring voice actors on for certain projects like, you know, Cheating Dawn or something like that. Something huge that I can't handle on my own. Like, if I can't handle all the voices on my own, yes, I'll throw out a casting call. But I'm not just going to do a casting call for everything. I get this comment a lot on, like, the not safe for work stuff, too. Well, I'm sorry my voice ain't your little waifu's voice. You know what? You can either take it or leave it. I don't care. You're the one who clicked. So, if you clicked on it, you can click away. Like, when people leave those kinds of comments, it bugs the shit out of me. It irritates me. Because here you have a freaking thing that's over an hour and a half long, and that's what you comment. If you don't like that kind of narration, if you don't like my voice doing all the characters, go read it. Because straight from the horse's mouth right here, I don't care what you think. This is my channel. And if you don't like the rules and customs here, then I don't care. Unsubscribe and fuck off. I don't care. If you're gonna comment something, either say something nice or don't say nothing at all. That's the rule with me. Either say something, you know, constructive or, you know, nice, like nice video, or don't say nothing at all. Nobody wants to hear your negativity. We already have enough of that in this godforsaken world. And I won't have any of that shit on my channel. It's not gonna happen. I've already had enough of that shit in my fucking YouTube career. Don't you know? That guy. Yeah. That was a hoot. It wasn't. It was absolute misery. That was enough. That took over a year and a goddamn half to finally freaking go away. So I don't want any of that shit on my channel. I'm here to make content that everybody can enjoy. And if you don't like it, click off. I don't care. Flip me the bird. Call me a fucking asshole for saying that. But you know what? My channel, my rules. Like it or hate it. I don't care. I've been through enough bullying in my life, and I'm not here to get bullied again. Like, no shit. I went through freaking 5 years of hell over something I can't even control. And I won't let some nitwit freaking push me off because they don't like me. Who fucking cares? Nobody likes anybody. Anymore. Welcome to 2022. Fucking cancel culture. Blech. Another comment. If you're part of cancel culture, get the fuck off my channel. If you're part of that little herd of sheep, fuck off. Seriously. Go subscribe to somebody who actually fucking cares about that shit. Because I don't. This is why I don't try to be like everybody else. I try to be unique. I'm not just someone who follows the fucking shepherd like everybody else. Listen to what everybody else says. Listen and... yeah. I don't just listen to what everybody else says and take everybody's other word for everything. Don't follow the fucking trends. Because it's fucking toxic as shit. Like the state of the world today, I am just so disgusted at. Especially considering that I'm supposed to be a role model for the new millennials. How the hell am I supposed to be role models to a bunch of nitwits that don't understand what the fuck the world is about because they're too fucking pompous with their head up their ass too much to see past their own little attitude? When I see it is like this: if you've got a TikTok or a Twitter account, you're more likely going to be part of cancel culture. I avoid TikTok like the plague. Some of the trends I see on that thing, I'm like, oh my fucking god. Like, there was this one where this guy was throwing something in a store because he thought it was funny. He, like, took a soda pop, like 9-liter, and went... he just freaking shook it. That looked very inappropriate, but whatever. He shook it up, threw it across the freaking aisle, and it went everywhere. Do you realize who has to clean that mess up? It's not you, it's the freaking employees. Seriously, if you're doing this shit, knock it off. We people like my age don't want to deal with your hogwash for a TikTok video. We just want to live our lives happily. Wait a minute. Whoa, whoa, whoa. How did this go from like an hour and 44 to an hour and 48? Okay, maybe I was wrong. Holy crap, that's almost freaking 2 hours. But seriously, if you're doing this shit, stop it. We people of my age, we don't want to deal with your ignorance and hogwash. You want to make a funny video? Film your cat or your dog. I'm sure they can provide some form of content. But don't throw freaking soda pops across the fucking store for a laugh, because it's not funny to the people who get freaking sprayed with it and have to clean up the mess. It's not funny, you ignorant ass wipes. How would you like it if you were working in a store and someone basically threw a soda pop and got you soaked, then you're the one who has to grab the mop and clean it up? How would you feel? Just look at it the other way around. Wouldn't it be fun, would it? No, it wouldn't. then stop making other people do things that you don't want to do. Do something productive with your life. Like, seriously, the freaking crap that I see on TikTok is so disgusting. Videos. It's not only that, but the amount of likes that are on such hogwash videos. I'm just like, I'm sorry, but does this really deserve this? No, it does not. Because the majority of it is fake. It's like, okay, I'm a guitarist. I follow a guitarist named Stevie T. He did a TikTok, like, reaction video thing. And on there is such garbage of, like, guitarists doing stupid shit. And, well, non-guitarists doing stupid shit. And not only that, they are painting a bad image for people who actually do play the instrument. They're also, like, lying to people. Like, who thought that was a good idea? I don't know. But this is what happens when I open my mouth. Shit comes out. And I'm not afraid to say what I want to say. So if you got a problem with it, fuck off. I don't care. I'm not one of the cancel culture people. I'm not a sheep to the shepherd. I actually speak for myself and do what I want to do rather than follow someone else who's following this stupid trend. Anyways, that's it, guys. We got what we wanted to do done, and yep, I really hope you guys enjoyed watching me do stuff, because I'm hungry, I'm tired, and yeah, I'll probably get this rendered tonight if Mark's on, but I don't know when he's going to be on, so well, it won't be out until March, so let's just look at it that way. So I have quite a while, but part 2 will be out on February 14th, I think is the right date. So you'll see the thing pop up around probably the 7th, like a week prior. But thank you guys for watching and joining me, and yep, I will see you all later. Stay off of, don't follow the trends, stay away from cancel culture, and happy horrors until the next time.